Good afternoon, everybody. This is Hutchinson, Kansas Real Fan Productions here, Beating Alley, and welcome into a very special episode of Train DVD of Train DVD here, Alley. Reason why I say special, Alley, because just got back from the pawn shop and I did find another Train DVD here soon. Before we get started, I do need to make a few adjustments, of course. I do need to make a few adjustments, of course. I do need to change something here. In into the light stream. But give me a second here to do something very quick. I need to change the title of this. All right. So the video had the title of the live stream had been updated on YouTube outlet. The main reason why this is gonna be an hour long live stream because this is not just any real fan any train video. Um yeah, Glenn. Oh, really? You're going out rail fanning today, Atlee? Well, that good, Atlee. That good for you, Atlee. Anyway, as I was saying, Atlee, today is a very this is gonna be a very special episode of Train DVD because this is gonna be an hour long live stream forever because I found a brand new Train DVD outlet that I haven't seen before, outlet, and you guys are gonna be very excited. Here we have railroad track across America. 36 episode of this right here, Allie. And I did do some research before we get started. Oh wow, that's cool, Allie. That's very nice. You're gonna get the 4,000 today, Allie. That's very good, Glendale. But again, this is going to be a very good DVD video. I mean, DVD live stream, I should say. Um, but again, this is going to be a very good video, and yeah. So as I was saying, Atlee, this train DVD, Atlee, from the year of 2010. So 2010, Atlee, when it was made, Atlee, and it is a 2 deck edition, Atlee. So not really sure how this is gonna work, but it's gonna work. I can tell you, Atlee. So so yeah, so this is gonna be fun. So this is gonna be a very fun and very good one, Atlee. So so let me go ahead and get the TV set up for this, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it. So so all right, guys. All right, guys. So this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put you all the way over here. I'm gonna lay you all like this, so all of you um can see very well. Um, see, this is going to not be good. Hopefully it will do it well. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Alright, so I haven't with the camera to the right way at least, so it could be correctly. So it can be correctly at least. So alright. Alright, so let's go ahead. Let the fun begin as we get started with this. Hopefully you guys can see and hear me okay. And I want to make sure the volume turned up so loud on the computer and on the TV outlet, so all of you can hear it. I don't know if the lighting will make it good or will or not. Alright. Alright guys, so here we go. Here we go on railroad track across America. Like I said, this is going to be a very long DVD. Alright, so yeah, alright. First episode is
the days of the small town anxiously awaiting the arrival of the train.
Yeah, he's gonna shut the heater off.
An old locomotive bringing loved ones, visitors, and heroes home are long gone. But in the 21st century, America's railroads are still the most vital piece of the nation's transportation network. A network carrying over 42% of America's freight, delivering the 1.5 trillion ton miles of goods more efficiently than any other railroad system in the world. Indeed, delivering more goods than the rest of the world combined. It is an efficiency that provides the United States with a huge competitive advantage in the global economy. Freight trains have gotten larger, locomotives more powerful. No longer carrying just commodities, they have become containerized. While coal is still the single major item moved by trains, 44% of modular shipments, including semi-truck trailers, have tripled in the last 20 years. What has shrunk is the number of Class 1 railroads. Major interstate rail lines have declined from over 130 in the 1930s to a mere 7 today. The Burlington Northern, Canadian National, Canadian Pacific, Consolidated Rail Corporation, CSX Corporation, the Kansas City Southern, Norfolk Southern, and the Union Pacific. These 7, plus Amtrak, the sole rail line in America devoted to passenger travel that is now centered on commuter trains and light rail, carrying people from place to place within giant metro complexes. Metro complexes that 180 years ago were connected by canals, rivers, and oceans, or had yet to spring up on the map. 180 years ago, in the 1830s, that's when railroading started in America. In 1827, it was a lofty goal: build a railroad between Baltimore, Maryland, and the new state of Ohio. Particularly lofty since no one at that time had built any railroads at all in America. But that was the kind of entrepreneurial vision that was driving the up-and-coming United States of America.
Well, to be at all, right place, right time, right amount of money,
right number of people in the right place doing the right thing, and they got started. And they're the first ones, the B&O Railroad is the first one to get going.
The story of the Baltimore and Ohio is the story of America in the early 19th century. A smart meritocracy, always looking for a new way to grow and become great. In 1827, the city fathers of Baltimore, Maryland, were troubled. The great cities along the nation's east coast were in a race to establish a link to the nation's heartland. It was the era of the canal, man-made waterways that carried freight and people. It was the nation's first economic boom. And the granddaddy of all the canal schemes was the Erie Canal, celebrated in song and glee. It stretched from Albany, New York, on the Hudson River, to Buffalo on the shores of Lake Erie. Completed in 1825, it was an instant success. Now goods could travel from New York City to the west without ever having to go overland by foot or horse. In the minds of her city fathers, Baltimore was now all but irrelevant as a major seaport. Philip Evan Thomas, the father of American railways, and George Brown were not going to let that happen. Brown was an Irish-American investment banker, a financier par excellence. On February 12, 1827, he gathered together 24 of Maryland's leading merchants at his Baltimore home. Among them was Philip E. Thomas, a staunch supporter and advocate of Brown's ambitious plan of a railroad to make Baltimore competitive with other eastern seaboard ports. They were so persuasive that within days, stock was issued, and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad became the first U.S. railway chartered for commercial transport of passengers and freight. 1 year later, construction began. But the B&O still had to prove that a train could actually run on the track. Thomas was sure that the future of American railroading was the steam engine he had seen in England. Proof that it would work fell to inventor Peter Cooper and his little steam-powered locomotive named, appropriately, Tom Thumb. Designed and built in 1830, Cooper needed to convince owners of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad to use steam engines. As legend has it, an impromptu race with a horse-drawn car was set up as a demonstration. The tiny but powerful Tom Thumb jumped to an early lead. Then when victory seemed assured, a belt slipped off a pulley and the engine lost power. In spite of losing the race, the demonstration was deemed a success. The next year, with the railroad committed to the use of steam locomotion, American railroading was underway. The fantastic success of the Baltimore and Ohio spurred a frenzy of railroad building in the pre-Civil War years. In 10 years, the amount of track laid tripled what had been done in the previous 20 years. And yes, Baltimore and the Ohio River were connected by rail in 1852, when the original B&O line was completed to Wheeling, West Virginia. And by 1860, it reached the Queen of the West, Cincinnati, Ohio. And for a time, Baltimore was the second largest city in the nation, a city that welcomed the billowing smoke of the steam engine. There is nothing quite like it. The trembling ground underfoot. 1,000 horsepower of 60 tons of steel and iron hurtling 50 miles an hour straight at you. This terrible iron horse, spitting steam, smoke, and cinders into a calm blue sky. This beast was not only the symbol of America's rise to economic power, it was also the engine that created America's first billion-dollar industry. The first truly nationwide American industry from top to bottom. Americans could set their watches by the arrival of the steam locomotive. Inside the cramped cabin, the firebox blazes with red-hot coal. In front of the box, the boiler is hissing super-hot water, hissing steam. Within the cab, a two-man crew. The engineer or driver controls the iron beast, stopping, starting, and speed. The fireman is responsible for the fire, fuel, coal or wood, steam pressure, and water levels. Water levels are maintained by a series of water supply towers along the tracks. All this power contained and mounted on the chassis and running gear of the locomotive.
Steam locomotives, such as this big behemoth from the Chicago, Burlington, Quincy Railroad, are generally categorized by their wheel arrangement. For example, this locomotive is called a 484. Another word for the 484 is a northern type. Those numbers, 4, 8, and 4, the first number refers to the number of little wheels guiding the locomotive into a curve. Consequently, with a 4-wheel, such as this and this wheel down here, that's one truck, one wheel set, and 2 wheels on this side plus 2 more on the other makes the 4 wheels, guides this big monster weighing 317 tons into a curve very smoothly so that we don't have any of those lateral jolts transmitted back through the length of the train. Moving back, the second number in that 484 is the number of driving wheels. Here is the second driving wheel, and you'll notice how tall it is. It's over 6 feet in diameter. So with this being 72 inches times 1.15, this locomotive could easily travel 90 to 100 miles an hour. The third number are the number of wheels supporting the firebox. This silvery colored box is the firebox where the fire actually is built inside. And there are 4 wheels supporting the firebox on the back end. So this locomotive is a 484.
The largest steam locomotive ever built was the Union Pacific's Big Boy. Twice the size of this engine and weighing in at over 600 tons. The popular Parker Brothers board game Monopoly has a railroad in the middle of each side: the Pennsylvania, the Reading, the Short Line, and the B&O, named for America's most famous railroad, the Baltimore and Ohio. All, except for the Short Line, were named after great American railroads, founded in the first big railroad boom from 1830 to 1860. The Short Line is a different story. There never was such a railroad. It was, and still is, a name for the hundreds, if not thousands, of small railroad companies that built short railroad lines, most only a few miles long.
Well, there's lots of short line railroads, some of them industrial and some of them just built into areas where the big railroads didn't go in, but they acted as feeders. So when you had a short line railroad that loaded cars on their line, and then they had to interchange to a larger railroad.
One of those larger railroads, the Pennsylvania Railroad, became the standard of excellence in American railroading. well into the 20th century. Founded in 1846, the venerable Pennsylvania Railroad, sometimes referred to as the Pennsy, has been heralded as the standard railroad of the world. The fourth railroad on the Monopoly board is the Reading. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200, says one of the chance cards in the Monopoly game. The Philadelphia and Reading Railroad, later the Reading Company, is actually supposed to be pronounced Reading. It was originally chartered to build a line between Reading and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The original Reading Main Line extended south from the coal mining town of Pottsville to Reading and then onward to Philadelphia. Upon its completion in 1843, the line had the distinction of being the first double-track main line in the United States. It was a company that made huge profits by hauling coal from mines to cities, demonstrating another avenue for our railroads to make huge sums of money: the single-purpose rail line. The rail line designed to move one kind of resource. A practice copied many times over as the railroads moved into the mineral-rich West and the timber-rich Northwest. Not on the Monopoly board, the Erie Railroad was chartered in April 1832 to run from the banks of the Hudson River to the shores of Lake Erie, with the restriction that it could not enter any other state or connect with railroads from other states. A restriction which, in typical railroad arrogance, it ignored, dipping into Pennsylvania on the way to its final destination, Dunkirk, New York. At that moment, the Erie Railroad became the longest continuous railroad in the world. But the granddaddy of all the pre-Civil War Eastern Railroad lines was the New York Central Railroad. Known simply as the New York Central, the NYC was the brainchild of one of railroading's earliest risk-takers, Erastus Corning. Born in 1794, Corning was an iron merchant who quickly saw the potential of railroads to make money and invested heavily in New York State's many rail lines. But it was his groundbreaking idea of creating the New York Central that would change not only the nature of running the railroad business, but the nature of America's economy for good. By 1851, Corning realized that New York's mishmash of separately owned railroads was not only inefficient, it was unprofitable. At the same time, he also saw the market possibilities to make lots of money if the lines were merged into one corporation. So, just like George Brown, who 20 years earlier brought together investors to create the B&O Railroad, Corning gathered together presidents and owners from 8 of New York's small feeder lines. These lines serviced towns along the Erie Canal and the Hudson River, and brought goods and passengers down to New York City. He convinced the owners that merging into a giant corporation would not only work better and more efficiently, it would make them millionaires. Everyone agreed, and 2 years later, the New York Central was born, with Corning as president. Almost overnight, Corning had created an economic powerhouse, the likes of which the nation had never seen before. The likes of which only the new and innovative railroad industry could create. The merger was a stunning feat with consequences that would ripple through the American economy for the next 150 years, because Corning did more than just form a corporation. He set a new standard for industrial growth. Made famous by Johnny Cash's song, Rock Island Line, Illinois' Rock Island and LaSalle Railroad Company was incorporated in 1847. The first train reached Rock Island in 1854, becoming the first railroad to connect Chicago with the Mississippi River. By 1860, the North and Midwest had constructed railroad networks that linked every major city. In the heavily settled Corn Belt, from Ohio to Iowa, over 80% of farms were within 5 miles of a railway. However, in the South, the story of railroads was radically different. Though the South had been an early leader in railway building, the region had concentrated on short lines, linking cotton regions to ocean and river ports. There was no network of rail lines connecting one part of the South with another. This lack of a network would become a major handicap during the American Civil War. With the Civil War over, 4 changes were about to propel railroading into becoming America's dominant industry in the second half of the 19th century. Transcontinental rail lines, Pullman cars, the rise of train depots as a major social institution, and air brakes.
The biggest thing on the railroads, technological wise, was the air brake devised by George Westinghouse. And before that time, trains had to be small because the brakemen had to go up on roofs and tighten down the brake handles, which would in turn tighten down the brakes on the car. And this was a very tedious process, a very dangerous process, especially in wintertime where the brakemen would literally fall off the cars. And so Westinghouse was able to make an air brake system that would allow the engineer to do all of the braking.
George Westinghouse in the late 1800s, maybe on into the early 1900s, invented what was called the George Westinghouse air brake system, where the compressed air generated by the steam locomotive is transmitted down the entire length of the train by these so-called glad hands, things that couple together and allow the compressed air to pass from locomotive to car after car after car, all the way down the length of the train. The George Westinghouse air brake system works by applying air ahead of time, storing it in a reservoir, so the compressed air is actually used to hold the brakes off. And if you ever actually lose the air, the brakes automatically apply.
Today, train depots are a mere ghost of what they were in the 19th and early 20th century, the center of American life.
Well, the depot is a public place, and it's originally built as a sort of temporary stopping point, storage point, a warehouse. But the people in the community won't allow that to stay a low-grade service building. People dress up to go to the train station to see the train come in. It's an event. It's a center of town. The main hotel is built across the street from the station. The main restaurants are located nearby. The telegraph office is located there, which provides the news service for the newspapers. Much of the business of the community is routed through as all of the shopkeepers get all of their supplies and whatnot from the freight office and the depot, and the passengers buy their tickets at the ticket office and use the train station. So the depot is a focal point of activity in town.
These great pieces of architecture, at least the ones still surviving, have been turned into museums, shops, and restaurants.
The railroads built the depots primarily for their own benefit, but in larger cities they have union depots in which several railroads combine, and the union depots tend to be much more grand and elaborate affairs, often connected with an office building, so it becomes, in a sense, the business center of town as well.
Moving soldiers around like cattle was okay during the Civil War. After all, General Sherman said, "War is hell." But during peacetime, and with the arrival of the Gilded Age, passengers wanted to travel in style. An American engineer and entrepreneur, George Pullman, had the answer: the Pullman car.
George Pullman, I suspect one of the things that brought him into railroad history and railroad culture was the fact that he was the one who sort of responsible for designing and engineering the replacement to lightweight passenger cars. Those cars were too individually built. George Pullman designed a car that could be operated over any of the hundreds of railroads that would operate in the United States. And anybody who wanted to could buy a Pullman car. George Pullman to railroad cars, passenger cars, was kind of the equivalent of Henry Ford might be to the automobile.
With the arrival of the Pullman car, passengers could now travel, eat, and even sleep in comfort as they sped their way across the country. A country that was about to be united by transcontinental railroads. The dream of tying the Atlantic and Pacific coasts together with a transcontinental railroad was as old as the railroads themselves. But when gold was discovered in California in 1848, the whole country got gold fever, and it became an obsession. But it wasn't until the Civil War broke out that the dream became a reality. The Union wanted railroads to bring in Western gold, and with the passage of the Homestead Act in 1862, it became a national goal to use railroads to fill in the country from the Mississippi River west to the Pacific Ocean. But who could build such a railroad? It was a long way, over 1,700 miles through rugged country controlled by hostile Indians. Who could build an engineering marvel comparable to building the pyramids? The upstart Union Pacific and the established Central Pacific were chosen, but they were going to need some help. And the federal government took an unprecedented step of not only bonding a good part of the project, but also giving the railroads the land to build the track. This foresight is a little-known part of Abraham Lincoln's genius.
The Republican Party during the Civil War, Lincoln's party, was a modernizing, industrially oriented, financially oriented party that saw the future of America not so much in traditional old-fashioned agriculture, but in modern agriculture, modern industry, and modern cities that are going to be railroad-based. That meant opening up the farmlands of what is today Minnesota, the Dakotas, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Montana, opening up those farmlands. That can only be done with railroads.
Construction began in earnest after the Civil War, with the Central Pacific and Union Pacific railroads in the race of the century to see who could build the most track. The Central Pacific went east out of Sacramento and almost immediately ran into the dangerous task of blasting a trail through the steep Sierra Nevada mountains. The work was so dangerous.
Yeah, I
that
do
whites
too,
weren't
indeed.
interested.
I do
So
love
Central
it.
Pacific
I
had
do
to
like
find a
it
different
too, big
source of
boy.
labor.
2014.
Now, on the west end, the Central Pacific from Sacramento, they started out with Caucasians, but didn't work out too well. So they found that they could bring Chinese in. They used Orientals to build that railroad.
Going west from Omaha, the Union Pacific ran into blistering, cold prairie winters and Indian raids.
The Indians weren't very happy. They didn't like people invading their territory. It was taking away some of their hunting grounds. The Indians caused a lot of trouble. Like one example at a place called Plum Creek in Nebraska, that's now Lexington. The Indians wrecked a train and killed a lot of people. And they had military along with them all the time to try to take care of the Indian situation, but sometimes it got out of hand. Right east of Cheyenne here, there was a surveyor that was killed, and the town of Hillsdale is named after him. But the Indian problem occurred all along, especially in Nebraska, and until they reached about central Wyoming and let up.
The accomplishment of the Central Pacific and the Union Pacific was a heroic achievement, with the Union Pacific winning the race. putting down 1,087 miles of track to the Central Pacific 690. On May 10th, 1869, the two railroads met at Promontory Summit, north of Ogden, Utah. The celebration rocked the nation. A journey that had taken 6 months by wagon train now took 1 week. It was the equivalent of the 20th century sending a man to the moon. And it kicked off a second boom in railroad building and the age of the railroad tycoons. Americans would coin a new word for these railroad tycoons. They would call them the robber barons. By 1893, there would be 4 new transcontinental rail lines, 2 flanking each side of the first one. To the north, Jay Cooke's Northern Pacific connected Duluth, Minnesota with Tacoma, Washington. Begun in 1870, Tacoma wasn't reached until 1888. J.J. Hill's Great Northern Railway, started in 1879, spanned the northern tier of states from Minneapolis, Minnesota to Seattle, Washington, laying the last rail in 1893. To the south, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway started construction in 1859 in Topeka, Kansas, and reached San Diego, California 27 years later, while Leland Stanford's Southern Pacific, connecting California with New Orleans, began laying track in 1865 and was completed in 1883. These great transcontinental railroads were built by the leading industrialists of the age, men who rode the wave of the second railroad building boom. And by taking advantage of the federal government's generous land grant and loan policies, became instant millionaires. As a result, they earned the very fitting nickname, the Robber Barons. As the 20th century dawned, the heyday of railroad's second building boom was ending. A vast network of rail lines tied the nation together. The height of railroad trackage was in the second decade of the 20th century. It was also the time when the federal government took over the railroads after America's entry into the First World War. With the end of that war and the rise of the automobile and trucks, the railroads began to decline. Less track, fewer cars and locomotives. Then came the era of the diesel engines, and railroading was never the same again.
The various yards and shops all over the country started shutting down because diesels could operate much farther. They didn't have to have all this water, coal bins that weren't needed. So diesels really changed the way the railroads thought and worked. Instead of having hundreds of shopmen, you only needed a few. You didn't need big facilities, and railroads sold off a lot of property, got rid of it because they just didn't need it. Diesels don't have to go 100 miles and rewater and all that. Now they can go thousands of miles and get refueled. And so diesels changed the way the railroad worked.
Today, the locomotives of 150 years ago now rest in graveyards around America, remind us of an era in American history when these mighty and proud engines were the workforces of America's Industrial Revolution, when they were the nation's symbols of achievement, of strength, and of the country's unique can-do spirit, still strong in the 21st.
Alright guys, so I hope you guys did enjoy that episode. Oh wow, okay big boy, 14, I can see you're putting a lot of comments. But don't go anywhere everybody, we still got we have a lot of more episodes of it to go, Outley. I mean, we got a lot more to do, Outley. We got a lot of more episodes to do, Outley. So here we go.
You've heard of the golden horn of plenty, traditional symbol of prosperity and of good things bestowed upon mankind. Well, these are the wheels which carry the horn of plenty, wheels which take it to the places where the good things abound and bring it back full and overflowing. We take our American comforts and conveniences pretty much for granted. In our homes, we are surrounded by 20th century miracles. Miracles which are not exclusively American, but which are here so commonplace that they are seldom regarded as miracles anymore.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it.
Hey, that's for me. Let me have it. Crazy is lots of it.
Jimmy, wait till everyone's served.
Yes, Jimmy, we'll have some manners here if you don't mind.
Jimmy ain't got no manners. Jimmy hasn't any manners. All right, any manners.
Oh, Jimmy, we forgot your food prayer.
Yes, sir. Lord, we thank you for thy food and thy loving care. Amen.
Yes, it's all pretty commonplace in America, isn't it? The comfortable homes we live in, the cars parked at the door, the bikes and mechanical gadgets of all kinds, schools where every child has a right to expect an education, satisfying recreation for everybody, leisure time in which to enjoy it. Americans, you are in luck. Of course, you've worked for it. You've made the land hum with the song of your toil. But people in other lands and in other times have worked too, worked hard to eke out a mere existence. Why have we been so remarkably successful at it? Why have we been able to make this land of ours so productive? Nature's been pretty lavish, of course. We've lived under a governmental system, the first on earth to make each man the captain of his soul. We've had enterprise, our great inheritance from ambitious and freedom-loving forebears. All these are parts of the American mural, parts of the reason for our golden horn of plenty. But look further. Why a car like this that a man of average means can afford to own? If every American had to build his own automobile with materials of his own gathering and with tools of his own contriving, there would be very few automobiles in the land. Where would an individual get the steel to mold into this beautiful-looking body? Where the vast presses to shape it? Where is the raw rubber to make these tires? The tough fabric to weave with it? These things are as widely scattered as the four winds, or they were until wheels brought them together. The magic of our modern horn of plenty is the magic of mobility, the magic of the greatest interchange of goods and of services which the world has ever known. Take the farm machinery, which helps to make our soil the most productive on earth. This tractor contains quantities of steel which came from the iron ore of the Mesabi Range in northern Minnesota. That ore came hundreds of miles by rail and by boat to the mills along the fringes of the Great Lakes.
It was refined with the use of coal and limestone and other elements which were brought great distances. Hundreds of types of raw materials and of semi-finished materials and fabricated parts have to be brought together into a single factory before such a complex mechanism as a tractor or a reaper or a threshing machine can be put together. Each great factory such as this makes use of countless carloads of materials during the course of a year, turns out thousands upon thousands of pieces of machinery which is sent to every corner of America and to the four corners of the world, for that matter, where farmers need it to till the soil efficiently. Machinery sent at a price which nearly every farmer can afford, because it is manufactured by the American mass production method, the method which mass transportation made possible. The variety of raw materials which we make use of in our modern civilization is seemingly limitless, and the great quantities of them which have to be shipped over vast distances are almost beyond belief. Consider the billions upon billions of bushels of grain which are grown in America every year. Wheat, corn, rice, barley, oats, grains which are the staff of life. These billions of bushels have to be transported to elevators, stored until they are required by processing plants, shipped and reshipped until they have been made into flour and bread and breakfast food, and delivered to your hometown, your store, your pantry shelf. Livestock, millions of head marketed in an average year, transported, many of them, several times before they reach their final destination, your dining room table. Transported to feeding areas, to stockyards, to processing plants, then as meat in refrigerator cars, to your butcher's cooler, and thence to you. Products of the forest, billions of board feet of lumber a year, lumber brought to the mill as giant logs, sawed into all shapes and sizes, delivered to the thousands of factories which make products out of wood, set down in your front yard as building material, or in your living room as furniture. Countless products to enrich your living. Products of the mine, many of them seldom thought of by the average American in the gigantic quantities which are produced and consumed each year. Products like sulfur and salt, as well as steel and aluminum and lead and coal and copper. Products moving, always moving so that they may be put to your service. Oil, the black gold of our machine age. Oil to lubricate your car, to heat your home, to drive the wheels of industry. Oil to make gasoline and kerosene, synthetic rubber, useful products almost innumerable. Oil which must be transported before it can be of any use to most people. Things which are brought from distant lands across the sea, coffee and tea, tin and rubber, spices and silk. Things in never-ending succession which we bring in from the four corners of the earth. Things which we send abroad in exchange for the items we import. Cotton and grain, minerals, machinery, and fabricated items of every description. This great movement pattern, which is the foundation of our 20th century prosperity, is symbolized by the ingenious machines which man has created, especially here in America, to keep goods moving. The giants of the rails, the trucks for coordinated rail truck service, the huge ships and the vast facilities for interchange between one method of transport and another. One recent development makes possible the shipment of 100 or more loaded freight cars on a specially constructed boat called a sea train. This spectacular and useful device eliminates the necessity of loading and reloading from car to boat and back again at port cities. Entire freight cars are picked up by the giant machinery, stored on tracks within the hold of the ship until they are removed by similar machinery at their port of destination. Here the cars are again placed on rails and speeded to their final unloading points. Another example of the American inventive mind and business enterprise working to provide America with the greatest transportation system in the world. The backbone of this transportation system is the railroad. The experience of a century during which mass transportation has helped to change the face of the nation has proven beyond a doubt that the great bulk of the nation's goods can be moved more efficiently, more swiftly, more dependably on rails than it can by any other system of transport ever devised. The significance of railroads will increase in the years ahead. American business is growing by leaps and bounds. Railroads are almost the only form of mass transportation which can offer an important reserve of hauling capacity to meet the growing demands of American industry and commerce. Railroads have been building for the future. During the past few years, billions of dollars have been spent on America's rail lines. The Rock Island lines have been in the forefront of this building program. During the past decade, this railroad has rebuilt and modernized plant and structure more thoroughly than most of the nation's major lines. This program of planned progress has placed the Rock Island in position to give a service to shippers and travelers which is unsurpassed. Rock Island occupies a strategic position on the railroad map of the nation. Its lines serve 14 of the most productive and diversified states in the Union. 8,000 miles of modern steel rails are in its network. This is a fabulous empire, this Rock Island wonderland, which stretches westward from Chicago, St. Louis, and Memphis to the mountains of the west and through its friendly connections onto the Pacific coast. It reaches from the twin cities of the North Star State to the Gulf ports of Houston, Texas City, and Galveston of the Lone Star State. It is an empire dotted with great and growing cities, where much of the nation's business is done. It is an empire of prairie vastnesses and of broad, rich valleys where growing things abound. It is an empire of progress and opportunity unsurpassed. Since 1852, the Rock Island has been helping industry to grow and expand in this area. There are still hundreds and hundreds of available industrial sites which offer the finest advantages of good transportation, adequate power supply, and skilled labor. Throughout that empire, the Rock Island now operates one of the finest railroads in the world. Heavy steel rail, superbly laid and ballasted, makes it a truly velvet highway. But it is a tough highway, too, able to take the punishing weight of thousands of tons of freight speeding along at mile-a-minute clip. Modern bridges have been built to handle these tremendous loads. Spectacular in Rock Island's bridge program is this great structure over the Cimarron in western Kansas. Its building was one of the outstanding feats of railroading. Its construction, together with track relocation, grade elimination, and curve reduction, aided greatly in speeding up transcontinental freight and passenger schedules, thus making Rock Island the preferred route between east and west. All Rock Island main lines are genuine speedways. Curves and grades have been reduced to a minimum. Over these superhighways of steel, rocket freights and rocket passenger trains travel with speed, with safety, with dependability far in excess of anything mass transportation knew a few short years ago. Improvements in motive power, of course, have been spectacular. The modern diesel-electric locomotive, adopted by the Rock Island shortly after its first introduction, has all but replaced the old iron horse. Along with improved steam locomotives, which still have their place on modern railroads, diesels give the Rock Island the capacity to move tremendous quantities of the nation's goods with a dispatch which is truly revolutionary. A vast fleet of new and of continually reconditioned freight cars of all types is part of the equipment reservoir of the modern Rock Island. The most modern devices for traffic control ensure the swift, safe, and dependable movement of Rock Island trains. On the busiest sections of the line, centralized traffic control is in operation. This system eliminates countless delays in the dispatching of trains enabling one man to see at a glance and to control the movement of all trains in his control area. A movement of a hand, and he has thrown electrically a switch which may be many miles distant from him. This enables a train to take another track without delay. Centralized traffic control actually makes one track do the work of two tracks the work of four. It assures a continuous maximum flow of traffic in either direction with the utmost of safety. Classification yards, which are miracles of automatic operation, are another Rock Island development designed to accelerate the speed with which freight is handled. Whole cuts of cars like this move over the hump and are sorted in a matter of minutes so that they may be made up into trains for various destinations. In these yards, the cars move entirely by force of gravity. Their movement is controlled by skilled towermen whose control boards move distant switches. They also actuate pneumatic retarders to regulate the speed of the cars. So perfect is the control which each operator has over the cars in his section of the yard that they move with velvet smoothness to their appointed positions and take their place in the string with never a bump or a jar. Classification yards like this save hours, sometimes days, in the movement of freight. Rock Island service standards have kept pace with the physical development of the railroad. Rocket freight is handled with the utmost dispatch from the moment the railroad receives it until it reaches its final destination. In the handling of package freight, or in the loading and unloading of whole cars, the emphasis is increasingly on mechanical methods, on ways which will save time, save cost for the shipper. Mobility is the most vital ingredient in America's system of mass production. American railroads, like the planned progress, Rock Island, are making it possible for us to expand the horizons of American business and to bring the good things of life to more and more people. The Golden Horn of Plenty moves on wheels and rails, on Rock Island's wheels of progress. This emblem stands for progress, and wherever you see it, whenever you see it, you see a badge of service to shippers everywhere.
All right, everyone. Well, that includes that story. Now, on to the next one.
A great railroad at work is a title full of meaning. The mightiest machines produced by human ingenuity are indeed useless unless guided and serviced by the intelligence and skill of man. We are, of course, very proud of our mechanical equipment, but we are prouder still of the men who keep it running. The New Haven Railroad is more than just ties, rails, and rolling stock. It is primarily people. People whose skill, devotion, courage, and strict adherence to the finest railroad practices have made possible its record of safety, efficiency, and progress.
Right, Mr. Palmer. And now let's have motion pictures take us behind the scenes of a great railroad at work. We'll see two general phases: railroad operation and railroad maintenance. Trains are of two kinds, passenger and freight. Let's begin with the passenger. The locomotive backing into the yards to pick up the cars of the Yankee Clipper. The cars, meanwhile, have been made ready for the passengers, and having them clean and sanitary is rule A in the art of railroading. Repair shops. Here, passenger coaches, dining cars, and grill cars are brought to be repaired or rebuilt. They're put through the latest processes of cleaning and sanitation. There's an imposing background of work behind the picture of a smart, modern car in a passenger train. The sealing of car windows. And here we find a device of technical science to enable you to see better as you gaze at the scenery. Each streamlined window consists of two panes of glass held apart by rubber spacers. These rubber spacers seal the inner surfaces of the glass against the outside air. Between the panes, dry nitrogen is forced to keep them from being fogged by condensing moisture. Into the yards backs the locomotive to pick up the cars. Meanwhile, at the commissary, supplies of food and drink for the dining car are being allotted and checked.
10 baked beans? Check. Quarter meal? Check. 6 porridge? Check. 6 steaks? Check. 1 round wine? Check. 2 palm wines? Check. 12 Manhattans? Check. 12 martinis? Check. Hey, George? Well, some chicken fricassee tonight.
Yeah, that's very nice.
The amount of groceries they can stow into the small pantry space that car dimensions permit would make a housewife think that it's all magic. But then, as the ponderous locomotive backs gently and is coupled to the cars, we may reflect that there is a lot of magic in a railroad. The clipper pulls out of the yards on its way to the station. Everything timed to the second. On this railroad, hundreds of passenger trains are made up every day, in addition to hundreds of freight trains. They operate through southern New England day and night with a magic of timing. Strange geometries of tracks in the yards, and the number of switches there calls for deft and intricate manipulation. Into the station. The train can be controlled, air braked, by the rear trainman, as well as by the engineer in front, a large factor of safety. South Station in Boston. The old familiar scene, and never without a thrill. Passengers going to a train.
This is our little girl. She's going all the way to
take
the yard.
good care of her.
Certainly will, ma'am. Step right in.
Bye, Mommy. Bye, darling.
Hey, wait a minute! Hey.
What?
A woman in Boston buying a bicycle for her nephew in New York, and he'll get it the next day. This takes us to the subject of freight trains. Shipments of freight are in two classes, carloads and less than carload lots. Delivered to the freight depot and recorded with a waybill, the boy's bicycle is stowed safely and securely for the trip. There's an art in stowing all sorts of freight securely in a car, and also in switching the cars through the yard. The powerful diesel switcher is the last word in this type of modern mechanism. one of the busiest of workers in the realm of railroading, practically a 24-hour-a-day work. A new coordination of rail and highway transportation is seen as they load a trailer onto a flat car. The trailer has picked up packages from all over Boston to be distributed in New York. Ordinarily, the tractor pulling the trailer would have made the trip to New York by highway. But now the trailer is securely fastened on the flat car and then carried to the metropolis. This avoids a truck trip to New York, a large saving of gasoline and of rubber tires. Mighty important in these days of wartime shortages, with rubber tires rationed. Steam locomotive is coupled to the cars, and the theme is Industrial Products of New England on their way. They represent the work and skill of New England factories. Transporting them is an equal task of work and skill. The mighty system of operations embodied in the speeding freight train. And the rhythm of the rails seems to sing, New England at work, New England on the move. A signal tower, which trains to and from New York will pass. One of many sentinels of safety. Vigilant alertness 24 hours a day. When a train passes, the signalman flashes the report to division headquarters.
Groton West 177 by at 2:15, engine 1404 with 13 cars.
Line up on track 1 for the Clipper.
The freight angle intervenes. For railroads, two categories, passenger and freight, are another form of life's two divisions, people and things. South America is the destination of this large and intricate machine. Carefully crated, it will go by ship, but first it must be taken by rail down New England to the harbor. An export angle of freight service. Industrial New England is of historic importance in the foreign trade of this nation. Passenger service takes plenty of account of passengers' appetites. The grill car is for the less formal meal than the diner provides.
Thank you. Items 1, 2, 3, and 4 correspond to those up on the board.
Do you suppose I could have that roast beef rare? All right, and I'd like rare roast beef with mashed potatoes and tea.
Like something to drink?
Yes, tea with lemon.
Tea with lemon, thank you.
The dining car is a place of leisurely luxury, regaling yourself while the passing scenery provides entertainment.
1 for Boston squad. And the squad is very nice. 1 French fried potato, 1 lettuce tomato salad, 1 coffee, 1 apple pie.
How's the Boston straw? French fried potatoes. Coming up. That's on the Boston straw. Welcome.
Drink your soup. Got the soup, please?
This classification yard shows us an ingenious angle of freight transportation. It has a sort of hill, which they call the hump. This hill is a key factor in what we'll see, the classification of freight cars. They are oiled when on the move, on their way up the hump. They go on to the top of the slope. The purpose of all this is to classify incoming trains so they can be reassembled as other trains, each to go to a different destination. The yard master directs the switching. The cars to be switched to various tracks.
On your second sheet, 22 to 24, 43 to 33, 48 to 13.
At the top of the hump, cars are uncoupled, and they roll down by gravity. Some cars would get up to much speed if it weren't for the retarder, a device for checking their speed.
One into 26. Cars.
In the retarding tower, the speed is governed, electrically controlled. Switches direct the cars to the right tracks, where they join other cars to make new trains for other destinations. We see the crate of machinery for South America going over the hump. The train in which this car arrived consists of cars bound for different destinations. In the classification yard, it will join a train going to the harbor. Less than carload lots are reclassified as this LCL transfer. Just as whole trains must be rearranged with reference to the destinations of the cars, so must individual consignments of merchandise in a car be rearranged with reference to their destinations. And this is done here. The car is unloaded, and the merchandise is reassembled in other cars. These cars are then attached to trains bound for many, many places. The engine house, where running repairs are made. We see another phase of railroading, maintenance of equipment. There are light repairs made at many points on the railroad. And there are heavy repairs which are made in a great locomotive shop. Here's a ponderous fantasy of fire and steel, the mighty forge of a modern Vulcan. All locomotives are overhauled periodically. Each one, after going from 120,000 to 400,000 miles, is sent to the shop for a complete overhauling. The slip track is an oil track where overhauled locomotives get final tests. They can be driven many miles at all speeds forward and backward on a track that simulates conditions of speed. A monster locomotive, thoroughly overhauled, is a symbol of that factor so vital in all mechanics, all industry, maintenance. A mechanized army, for example, is as good as its maintenance, and so is a railroad. A locomotive must be serviced, and that occurs at many places along the line. It requires, for example, sand to give the big drive wheels traction when the rails are wet and slippery, and coal to be blown automatically into the firebox. The fireman just operates a lever. The coal pile is a mountain. Countless tons of the black fuel stored against any emergency, anything that might cause a shortage. The coal pile tells us that a railroad is not only a mover of things, it is also a buyer of things. This we see vividly at one of the warehouses, stocked with shovels, brooms, locomotive and car replacement parts, tools for track, shop and building maintenance, signal equipment, and countless other miscellaneous items. Ties go with rails as ham with eggs. As in the case of coal, the stocks of railroad ties are immense, a matter of acres. It takes more than 3,000 ties to make just 1 mile of standard railroad track. Lumber to hold up steel, and oil for fuel, for every sort of lubrication, and for paint. Salvage is a large activity. Everything possible is saved and put away for future use. Railroad economy. Laboratory tests for all vital materials purchased by the railroad. Metals, for example, are subjected to exacting tests. In the chemical laboratories, the magic of modern alchemy is applied to the checking of the materials in the interest of safety, efficiency, and economy. And there's research here to find new things, new combinations, new ways of applying chemical science to railroading. The micrometallograph camera analyzes many materials for railroading with ultra-modern science. Wondrous power of steam and steel, taking a treasure store of New England merchandise into the night. The night freight calls our attention to an element of time, the bright time of day, and here's the dark time of night. Railroading is on a 24-hour schedule. Despite the elements, and never mind the weather, be it fair or stormy, hail, sleet, or snow, the night freight must go through. The conductor in the caboose keeps a record of all the cars. And the night freight seems to sing a song of work, a song with the refrain, every day, 24 hours a day. meanwhile, arrives at New Haven, and this brings a transformation from steam to electricity, from coal and fire to volts and amperes. The steam locomotive leaves the train. From Boston and from Springfield to New Haven, the motive power is provided by superheated steam. Then for the remainder of the run, the energy to drive the wheels is provided by dynamos. The electric locomotive is a thing of streamlined efficiency, a monarch of high tension. Electricity has been a comparatively recent story in American railroading. It began in 1895 on the New Haven Railroad, which pioneered in overhead high-tension lines. And now the clipper goes speeding under electrical power. We're in a new world of railroading, a realm where 100 thunderbolts of Jupiter are harnessed to turn the wheels of trains. The sources of electric power are coal and steam. And at this railroad-owned powerhouse, the boilers are 60 feet high. The heat meters register 2,000 degrees, generating steam with a pressure of 300 pounds to the square inch. Powdered coal blown into the furnace and burning in suspension in the air. The turbo generators hum at 1,500 revolutions per minute to produce in a single year over 100 million kilowatts of electricity. The nerve center of the powerhouse, the main control room with its elaborate equipment. Here, watchful eyes check the surge of power through the overhead lines. Railroad power. A masterpiece of roadbed construction and maintenance is this 4-track electrified right-of-way. Over it pass between 600 and 700 trains a day. The Yankee Clipper, now electrified, approaching the environs of New York, which means it will soon go underground because the tracks for miles proceed beneath traffic and beneath buildings of the metropolis. We pass into a subterranean world, a signal tower underground. Here, more than 600 trains a day are guided in and out over the 107 tracks of Grand Central Terminal.
28 up base. 28 up base. 18 out 3. 18 out base. 84 up base. 84 up base. What am I got on Tower 6? 29 up 5. 23 to grade D. 20 to the way of D. Track G, track 40 with the clipper. G is 40 with the clipper.
On time, as the train board indicates. Here she comes, the Yankee Clipper. It's coming on the upper level. There are 2 levels of underground tracks of the trains that carry 42 million passengers in and out of Grand Central Terminal every year. There's our boxed machine bound for Rio. From the flat car that brought it to New York, the railroad delivers the consignment on a lighter to its berth aboard the ship. The railroad owns 42 of those ungainly barges with the big derricks. They're strong and sturdy. Some of them can be loaded with 500 tons of freight. What about the tugboat? It's also railroad owned. The railroad owns 13 tugs. They're famous throughout New York Harbor. The railroad owns and operates many other pieces of marine equipment. And so the case of machinery is on its way to be stowed aboard ship, and then south into the tropics, past the equator, to be put into service in the land of the Amazon. New England machines to modernize latitudes of jungle green. That's the bicycle bought by Auntie in Boston for her nephew in New York. It's to be delivered to the lucky lad by the railroad through its pickup and delivery system. This is another modern phase of railroad. This is a water gateway for the interchange of freight cars between railroads. New York, the East River. When freight cars from New England are destined for points outside of New England, they may come here. They're to go over the lines of other railroads. And how is the transfer affected? We see a water phase of operation that you might not readily associate with a railroad. A car ferry, and the dock apron can be moved up and down to follow the tide. The car float arrives with cars from the New Jersey side. They're from points south and west and are destined for New England. Raw materials for the industries of New England. And the car float is locked to the dock apron. Heavily loaded steel freight cars roll onto the tracks of the float. Manufactured articles made in large part from raw materials brought previously into New England. On the other side of the river, they will roll similarly onto the tracks of the railroad that is to take them on to complete their journey to some point in this immense country of ours. New England carload lots bound for everywhere. This is a New Haven Rail Gateway up in New York State. It's another point where railroads meet and where freight cars are interchanged. Those are cars loaded with merchandise for New England, raw materials, and perishable food. Packing house and dairy products from Chicago and Kansas City. Oranges and grapefruit from California and Arizona. Onions from Texas. Meat from Sioux City. It's early morning at a New England city. Freight cars full of fresh food. The beginning of the day, the right time for food distribution. After cars are unloaded, they are pulled into the yards for inspection. Here a string of them are going to the yards to meet the keen eye of the inspector. Cars are carefully inspected at regular intervals. When something wrong is found, the car is tagged. Bad order, familiarly known as B.O. The car then goes to P.O. Brown's yard. Those are his real initials, appropriately. In the yard, light repairs are made. For heavy repairs, freight cars are brought to the back shops here. Wheels are pressed off the axles by the application of enormous pressure. hundreds of tons. After being repaired to exacting standards of safety, wheels are pressed back onto their axles under pressure. No bolts or screws needed to keep the wheel securely in place. Just that enormous pressure. These pictures have shown us vast magnitudes of material and work. They have revealed to us a complicated industrial system in action, a system of many interlocking parts, operation and maintenance, passenger and freight, carload and less than carload lots, steam and electrification, light repairs and heavy repairs. All these coordinated with a perfection of timing, the many parts working together harmoniously, a giant clockwork of transportation, an American railroad. All this is typical of the industrial genius of America. It is an example of that world-important thing on which this nation and our brother nations must rely in a perilous war of worldwide scope. Our victory depends first of all.
Hello there, Thanksgiving, Southwestern Kansas EAS. How's it going? Thank you for coming on.
Such is the larger meaning of these scenes of a great American railroad at work. The human factor is the true source of all the mechanical wonder. It is as New Haven President Palmer told us. People whose skill, devotion, courage, and strict adherence to the finest railroad practices have made possible this railroad's record of safety, efficiency, and progress.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoy that look of that video. Don't go anywhere, everybody out late. We got plenty more where that came from. We got a lot more adventures on the DVD. Get ready to watch The Desert Empire. Enjoy.
Of steel and coal harnessed together furnish the power that drives Rio Grande Scenic Limited westbound over towering Continental Divide. Through rugged Tennessee Pass, 10,240 feet of elevation in a land of Herculean proportions. Down a granite vertebra of the backbone of the North American continent into color-splashed canyons modeled with spruce and pine. Evergreen sponges that retard the rush of water from eternal snow. Mile after mile, our route parallels the Colorado River, a swift-flowing palette that catches the myriad colors of nature's endless parade of beauty, a surging guide that leads us across Colorado's boundary of dusk into Utah. mysterious land of empurpled distances, shadow-tinted by a retreating sun. Rhythmic wheels symphonize a lullaby of flanges and rails, desert night and sky spangled, past small way stations, on to a dawn destination, Arches National Monument, which is reached from a tiny desert outpost, Thompson, Utah. Flame scarlet rays herald the approach of a desert morning, and we are on our way by horseback to the Arches, a complex group of sandstone portals ranging in size from peepholes to great openings through which armies could march. Everywhere they exhibit a wizardry of sculpture, great bowls of sandstone, perfectly engineered. Spectacular rock visions dominating this vast desert domain. The giant openings are natural windows through which we view an enchanted land. Red rocks and sagebrush reaching out to the mighty snow-capped La Salle Mountains. Like a fantastic scene from the Arabian Nights, we succumb to the spell of a desert witchery and are enthralled by an unbelievable processional, a parade of elephants, mighty stone pachyderms, as if waiting the appearance of a bejeweled potentate. This is a world of magic windows, grotesque grandeur created by wind and erosion. The desert possesses an impelling force. Miles of pale yellow sand lift themselves to meet a sky band of faraway cliffs. An indescribable vastness softened now by the waning purple and molten silver shadows of a departing day.
Yeah.
Aboard the Scenic Limited again, through ebony darkness,
Well,
into Utah's great Carbon County coal region.
Probably a pizza.
Bound for Castle Gate, imposing entrance
yeah.
to the Wasatch Plateau.
Yeah.
Gray sandstone projections atop the canyon ridges guard the bituminous wealth of this section. Enough coal to supply the entire United States for 250 years. It is estimated almost 196 billion tons of coal remain to be mined. And the fact that 45% reaches out-of-state markets makes for an endless parade of coal-laden gondolas up and down mountain grades.
Yeah.
The coal resources of Utah are enormous,
Absolutely.
with 1/5 of the state underlaid with this valuable combustible mineral.
That night.
Utah coal, black magic that fires the furnaces of progress. Lunch, a pleasant interlude. Tasty dishes spiced with fleeting scenes. Up to Soldier Summit, over 7,000 feet high, the crest of the Wasatch Plateau. Here the railroad reaches its highest Utah elevation, and what was once the scene of Indian warfare is now a busy mountain crossroad. Passengers and commerce moving east and west over a modern double-track system.
All right.
A quartet of steel arteries reaching into infinity. We're over the hump, and it's down to Provo, Utah's third largest city. A scene of great agricultural activity, Provo testifies to the reclamation of the desert. A bronze plaque commemorates the historic trek of Father Escalante, priest and pathfinder, who entered this region in 1776. Failing in his effort to find a shorter route between the missions at Santa Fe and Monterey, Escalante was nonetheless overawed by the commanding picture of Mount Timpanogos, which the Indians called the Sleeping Princess. Over 12,000 feet high, it is a perpetual spillway for the crystal cold liquid snow rushing to assimilate itself with Utah Lake, the largest body of fresh water in the state and the fountainhead of Utah's vast and important enterprise, irrigation. To the Mormon settlers, this lake was the Sea of Galilee in their new Holy Land, supplying water for Utah's River Jordan. To provide a steady flow, powerful pumps are utilized, so that man is enabled to cooperate with nature in perpetuating the transformation of once barren Salt Lake Valley. And like the biblical River Jordan, this stream too has its Dead Sea, emptying into the Great Salt Lake. Modern irrigation traces its beginning to that July day in 1847, when advance scouts of Brigham Young's party plowed ground and began what is generally accepted as the first irrigation project by Anglo-Saxons on this continent. Pioneer foresight and frontier ingenuity have wrought a miracle. Irrigation ditches fed by rivers and streams traverse once waterless valleys. A parched land drinks its fill of gurgling waters. Responding with an amazing fertility, Utah soil produces, with the possible exception of citrus fruits, any farm product grown elsewhere in North America. One of the oldest and most important agricultural pursuits is the cultivation of sugar beets, giving Utah high rank as a producer of beet sugar. Liquid sunlight gurgles and sings with the cool seduction of flowing water, bestowing a new sense of beauty. Flowery aisles of cherry blossoms are dreamy avenues of fragrance, spreading out in broad, open meadows of color. Ethereal petals of pink, delicately tinted by the radiance of a morning sun, create a fairyland pastoral scene with an air of biblical peace and serenity. These are the children of earth and water, decking themselves in petal splendor, saluting the birth of a desert empire. Copperton, Utah, the model city that Copper built with its copper-shingled homes, is the approach to Bingham, famous mining town, with its 7-mile-long canyon street, a narrow lane sprouting frame dwellings. Located 25 miles southwest from modern Salt Lake City, Bingham still utilizes a 1-horsepower mail delivery system, with the result that mail is picked up and delivered in real old Western style. Our next objective is the mine headquarters of the Utah Copper Company, for many years the scene of feverish activity. Small cable-hauled trams provide an inclined ascent for several hundred feet, permitting us unrestricted vision of this little town. So fast are the mining operations here, it is necessary to board yet another vehicle, this time the caboose of a supply train, to see the world's largest open-cut copper mine. What a spectacle! This man-made wonder, an immense amphitheater-like quarry, terraced with 23 benches or working levels, each 70 feet high. The mine covers an operating area of 475 acres. It is 1,600 feet from the crest to the floor of the pit, which is encircled with miles of railroad track, over which electric engines haul ore cars of 80 and 100-ton capacity. First prospected in 1862 by United States soldiers, it remained dormant until the period of the Spanish-American War, when Colonel Daniel C. Jackling, realizing its great possibilities, made his preliminary efforts to create this awe-inspiring project. Like the fabled ventures of Egyptian pharaohs, this great enterprise, too, depends upon manpower, and more than 4,000 are employed when operating at peak capacity to handle a single day's output of 70,000 tons of low-grade copper ore. Enough mineral in one day to fill 824 cars, equivalent to a train almost 5 miles long, and that's mining. Terrace and trestle cross and recross this massive mineral basin. Until 1938, more than 266 million cubic yards of material was removed from this enormous mine, a staggering feat exceeding the total excavations for the Panama Canal by more than 20 million cubic yards. A blasting preliminary is the loading and shooting of spring holes, a prologue to the stupendous multiple explosions. Mechanical molds, electric churn drills burrow into the earth, a chain of holes each approximately 23 feet in depth. Fearless powder monkeys nonchalantly pack these small but mighty capsules of ammonium nitrate powder into the apertures, enough explosive to literally move the earth. And here it goes! What an explosion! Thunder over Utah! 125,000 tons of mineral dust. A veritable smoking curtain of copper. This man-made earthquake is the signal that sends empty ore cars on their way to load up. And it becomes necessary to lay whole sections of new track in order to reach the debris. 29 electric shovels stab the earth. Giant steel dippers scooping 6 to 7 tons of rock at a time, completely filling an ore car in the record time of 5 minutes. Yes, they move mountains here in Utah. And the parade of rock-laden cars starts for the Magna Mill. Part of the blasted material is capping or waste, but this too is utilized, being dumped so that water may flow through it, and in this manner capture certain chemical qualities with the power to transform tin can shavings into almost pure copper precipitate. In reality, these shavings are scrap iron, gathered in bales like hay. And pitched into a lengthy trough. Becoming saturated with the copper-charged water, the waste iron is magically converted into copper. Troughs, technically called launders, deposit the solution in huge settling tanks, extending the length of the plant. At this stage, the precipitate is 89% copper and is ready to be transported to the smelter for the fiery baptism which will convert it into solid metal. We leave the precipitate and follow the ore to Magna Mill, where we witness an amazing operation. A carload of rock turned upside down like a toy in a powerful rotary dumper. Sharing our fascination is Colonel Daniel C. Jackling, active head of this stupendous copper enterprise. Tons of rock are catapulted into the crusher. looking for all the world like a huge coffee grinder, creating an ear-splitting roar. Conveyor belts carry the grist from crusher to crusher, each chewing the ore a little finer, until mechanical classifiers divert any remaining coarse bits to the battery of ball mills. Pulverized to a fine consistency, the ore is mixed with reagents, becomes a pulp-like mixture, and is delivered to the flotation machines where the copper mineral is floated away from the worthless gangue or rock and recovered as copper concentrate and then made ready for delivery to the smelter. Here, gold, strangely enough, is a byproduct of copper, being caught in valuable quantities in these launders through which the mill tailings flow. Efficient mining and smelting of low-grade ore makes for continuous activity at the massive Garfield smelter, where more copper matte is produced than at any other place in the world. From one steel volcano to another, the fiery copper lava is drawn, rejecting all waste material or slag. The slag is skimmed off. It is poured into special metal dump cars. Then it is rushed to the slag pile, where it cascades down the side of an ever-increasing mountain of waste. Purged and purified, the stream of molten copper is molded into 450-pound blocks, cooling streams of water playing on the hissing, steaming oblongs. And thus, copper is born to serve mankind. Slender strands, metal arteries loaded with the lifeblood of industry, electric power. Hemispheres are linked. A world speaks. That's copper. Established in pioneer days as a bathing resort, Black Rock at the edge of the Great Salt Lake is still pleasure mecca for thousands who come to bathe and thrill in the waters of this inland sea. And believe it or not, you float like a cork. It is impossible to sink due to the high salt content of this briny ocean. Its waters are 7 times heavier than the Atlantic or Pacific and contain over 22% salt. So salty that 3 quarts of its water will boil down to 1 quart of fine, pure salt. One need not know how to swim to experience the buoyant sensation of tossing about in the waters of this weird lake, which has no outlet. Its only animal life is a minute shrimp that scuttles over the crystal precipitates at the bottom. Swimmers are refreshed and invigorated, even though their bodies are caked with a thin crust of fine salt. Surpassingly beautiful Salt Air Pavilion, with its Moorish architecture, lures thousands of visitors offering pleasure and recreational thrills. Dancing on the largest open-air floor in the world, and easy access to the Great Salt Lake by way of the Put-Put Railway, which works overtime carrying sightseers and salt-laden swimmers. Here, too, the waters of the Great Salt Lake provide seasoning enough for all the hard-boiled eggs in existence. Giant pumping plants syringe the brine through flumes, forcing the water into a vast solar evaporating pond. So immense are the salt beds that the human figure walking across them appears pygmish by comparison. Salt is an industry in Utah, and the major companies work the year round, supplying the demands of the world for this table necessity. Utah highways are pleasure ways, and this time lead us to Ogden, second largest city in the state. New Pineview Dam and Reservoir in Ogden Canyon does its part in creating expansive farms and orchards. And even the canyon itself is spanned by water coursing through a catenary pipeline. Nourishment that works hand in hand with sun and Utah mountain air to produce barley and wheat for the mills of the Beehive State. Here, plow and harrow have cut the earth. As far as the eye can see, waving stems of golden grain give promise of an abundant harvest. Utah's ranges supply ample pasturage for thousands of Hereford and other cattle that graze and fatten on succulent grass. White-faced beeves keep alive and nurture the spirit of the Old West. Glowing embers, white heat, branding irons, cowhands still ride the Utah Trail. Great artists have been at a loss to properly catch on canvas the simple beauty of sheep serenely grazing. Woolly wanderers, almost 1 million of them, slowly moving from place to place, on intimate terms with the natural beauty that surrounds them. Sheep raising is a major Utah industry, yielding more than $20 million annually. Leaving Ogden, western terminus of the Rio Grande Railroad, we are thrilled again with the prospect of going places. This time to the throne of a desert empire, Salt Lake City. More than 90 years ago, covered wagons freighted with courageous men and women forced balky oxen over tortuous desert routes. What a contrast! Steel-covered wagons powered with the might of thousands of steam oxen thunder over flashing rails. Carefree, speedy transportation, safeguarded all the way by cyclopean green and red eyes. Ever-alert signal towers, the mechanical mounted police of the steel highways. On we roll, past fertile acres shaded by towering peaks of the Wasatch Range. On to Salt Lake City, miracle metropolis that rose from dead desert sands. Our objective is just a matter of moments. Air brakes gently slow our train, while alert porters make ready to empty passenger-crowded vestibules into the busy Rio Grande station. Salt Lake City, commercially and culturally the lodestone of the West, a tribute to the foresight and wisdom of its founder, Brigham Young. Majestically situated on a rolling slope, Utah's magnificent granite capital is a fitting symbol of this great commonwealth. Famous Eagle Gate makes a striking arch to the portal which led to Brigham Young's private estate, while close by stands a bronze of him, surmounting the Pioneer Monument, a massive granite pedestal. Sculptured by Dolan, the statue represents Brigham Young in a characteristic pose, and is an excellent likeness of him in his prime. Everything here bears the impress of this brilliant man. And our trip would not be complete without visiting the Emigration Canyon Monument, marking the spot where travel-stained wagons halted on July 24, 1847, to permit their leader, Brigham Young, to rise from his sickbed in a wagon box and exclaim, "'Tis the place." Presently, the Mormon Tabernacle, seating 8,000 people, is so acoustically perfect that a pin drop may be heard the length of the auditorium. The great temple is a remarkable example of pioneer architecture. 4 days after his arrival in the desert wilderness, Brigham Young, while walking, suddenly stopped and, striking his cane into the parched soil, said, "Here we will build the temple of our God." The golden-covered statue of the angel Moroni proclaims the restoration of the gospel. Beautiful gardens surround the temple, and most prominent is this cactus reproduction of a beehive, emblem of Utah and haven of the Deseret, or honeybee, symbolic of industry and thrift. Each day at noon, except Sunday, visitors are treated to inspiring organ recitals in the tabernacle. Here, Dr. Frank Asper, renowned artist, interprets the works of the great masters on this historical organ, which contains 7,000 pipes. One could go on almost forever wandering through these friendly grounds, replete with symbols of Mormon history. No story ever told is so utterly amazing and dramatic as that miracle of 1848, which prompted this memorial to seagulls the only monument ever erected to bird life in America. Picture, if you can, pioneers rejoicing over the prospect of harvesting their first crop. Without warning, hordes of crickets start devouring every green thing. Pioneers fight to save the precious grain. Discouraged, they offer prayer. Suddenly, the heavens are filled with flocks of seagulls who devour the crickets, and so a column is erected in remembrance of the mercy of God to the Mormon pioneers. Centrally located are bronze statues of Joseph Smith, the prophet, and his brother Hiram. It is related that as a boy, Joseph Smith saw a vision, and as a result, founded the Mormon religion in Fayette, New York, in April 1830. As Heber J. Grant, 7th President of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints.
I am delighted always to welcome visitors to Salt Lake City. I like to recall it was stated of old that the house of the Lord should be erected in the tops of the mountains, and people of many nations gathered there, and that the desert would be made to blossom as the rose. When Brigham Young led our Mormon people across the plains to the slopes of the Wasatch Range, he looked upon the desert surrounding the Great Salt Lake and cried out, "This is the place." The Lord's house has been built here. A desert has been redeemed. People of many nations have gathered here. I was born and raised in this valley and was a passenger on the first Rio Grande train into Salt Lake City more than half a century ago. The passing years have strengthened the thought I had then that these fertile valleys of the Rockies are a tribute to the industry, sacrifice, thrift, and courage of the pioneer men and women who founded this land of bountiful beauty. For the strength of the hills, we bless thee, our God, our Father's God.
To fully appreciate Salt Lake City and understand its unique historical background requires far more time than the few brief hours we have enjoyed. Hours amongst people friendly and hospitable. But we face the inflexible reality of railroad schedules. And it's back on board. This time, the panoramic, eastbound over the Moffett Tunnel scenic shortcut. Dreams do come true. Brigham Young's prophecy is fulfilled. Utah is the Desert Empire.
Alright, that includes that one, Outley. Now on to the next one called The Big Train. So, enjoy.
It's good to see you. I'm Alfred Perlman. I'm a railroad man, and I'd like to tell you something about our railroad and what we're doing on it. Hear that click of the rails? To a railroader, that's the same music as the hush in the theater to an actor before the footlights come up. The click of the wheels on the rails gets into your blood. People tend to take the railroad pretty much for granted. We in the railroad business probably haven't told the story of the changing conditions in our industry. The railroads have been so much a part of our American history and landscape that most of us don't realize how much they have kept changing. For the railroads have changed with the times, and now they have entered what is perhaps the most dynamic period of our development. That is what this picture is about. I hope you'll enjoy it.
It had a job waiting for it from the beginning. Power on the move, looking for wilderness to eat up. Its smoke signals said, "We're coming west with everything you need to clear a forest, make a homestead, build a town." coming east to keep your cities fed, your industries alive and growing. A heavy load to carry, carrying the country on its back from the 19th into the 20th century. From the furrow of the rails sprouted our modern industrial world. The idea of masses of goods for masses of people took shape. The skyline signature. One continuous moving assembly line. And the rail itself, part of that line. The steel needing iron ore and power. The power needing coal and oil. Every part of the line connected to every other part. Mile after mile of industrial power. The grand assembly line of the American economy. And the rail itself, part of the line. Like Greenwich time, the freight car load is a standard. It registers the health of the economy. A freight train packages factory loads, tonnages, iron mines, cattle ranges, packages quarries, forests, wheat fields. More than 100,000 freight cars loaded and put on the move in the United States every day. And tomorrow the load will be heavier. To increase efficiency, the railroad calls on modern science and research. Science and research, key words in industrial progress.
The Central uses 2,000 diesel locomotives. Each engine has 3,000 moving parts. Breakdown means time and money lost. Can't we spot trouble before it starts?
Less time in the shop means more time on the road. Science and research, hurrying up the repair job. Key instrument is the direct reading spectrometer in the research lab of the New York Central Railroad in Cleveland. First, burn a sample of the oil, which minutes before was circulating in an engine. Burn it down to an ash. What's in this ash? Minute particles of elements swept into the oil as it lubricated the moving parts of the locomotive. Submicroscopic bits of piston steel, copper bearing, crankshaft. The ash is inserted in the spectrometer. The spectrometer is the detective, revealing wear and tear on these engine parts. Time for analysis, 47 seconds. By chemical analysis, 2 months. By checking wear and tear figures on each locomotive against previous readings, trouble is averted before it starts, saving millions of dollars a year. The danger point is spotted. Time presses. Wheat, steel, meat. Tomorrow's necessities can't wait.
Operator, connect me with Power Control in New York, please. Power Control, this is R.L. Barr, the Spectrometer Lab in the Research Department in Collinwood. Yes, we're issuing a MP325 on Unit 4200 for immediate bearing inspection. You've got the engine out in Buffalo. Okay, thank you, Mr. Potter.
Increase performance, lower the cost. More out of less. a problem for scientists.
Now, our diesels use 20 million gallons of high-grade fuel per month. Cut the cost of a gallon by just 1 cent, and you save more than $2 million a year.
Puzzle for the technician. How do you transform an inferior product into a superior one? Find the right working equation. They created an additive, which converted a substandard fuel into a high-grade fuel. More out of less. More speed, more power for the big train. In the Central's atomic laboratory for authorized personnel only, an atomic switch lamp is being tested. Self-powered, it will burn continually for 12 years. Can the traditional rail shape be modified to support heavier loads at greater speeds? Experiment. A dry lubricant for locomotive gears, which could simplify engine maintenance. From roadbed to signal tower, the American Railroad is being refashioned.
Harold, you're going to take your car.
Electronic Freight Yard, the frontier yard of the New York Central at Buffalo. One yard that took the place of 8, and more like it being built. As letters arriving in a central post office are rerouted for new destinations, so arriving trains must be reassembled into new trains in freight yards. Frontier Yard can handle 3,000 cars a day and set them moving on their way 3 times as fast as it used to take. As it moves down an incline called the hump, the freight car is taken over by automatic controls. Its weight and speed are instantaneously calculated on a computer, regulating a system of retarders which slow down the cars. They move on their assigned tracks to assembling trains at the exact speed necessary for smooth coupling. New railroad in the making. Early Bird, nickname for a fleet of New York Central's cracked freight trains that speed each day from the Midwest to the East. You are watching the loading of NY4, one of the early birds on the Chicago-New York run. Masses of things for masses of people. Everyday things. Plywood, canned goods, housewares, drugs, paint, newsprint, auto parts, living standard. Auto parts, housewares, meat, copper wire, brass fittings, even as they go aboard, every shipment, its description, destination, and car number is registered, fed into teletype machines. At the same instant, the loading is being recorded in bureaus in Cleveland, Detroit, and New York. Throughout its length, the electronic nervous system of the railroad is alert. p.m. Blue Island Yard, Chicago. Time to roll. The early bird gets underway. Destination, New York. $120 freight cars behind its diesels. Payload 4,000 tons. 8 million pounds of freight on the move. Moving against the industrial skyline, which 100 years of train movement helped to make. Night across the Midwest, moving eastward. The train has work to do. It got the job 100 years ago, and will have it tomorrow, carrying the load. The train has a single statement to make. Coming through. Rolling through an Indiana night into an Ohio morning, carrying the load. Collinwood, Ohio. Crew change. As trainmen have done since the first wood burner ran, the old and new crews exchange greetings, news of families. Good weather and clear track. Some things do not change. Harvest comes as it came when the steam engine ran on this track. Comes across Ohio. Over the old right-of-way moves the new train, moving through the old unchanging forms of corn and grapes and wheat growing. The right-of-way ahead made safe and smooth. John Henry with new muscles. There's not a man alive can pull and drive spikes like this. Or raise up rails. Or pack the ballast. Or pull out old ties and put in new ones like that. and smooth down the road bed. So it's set for that train to roll through. The early bird, moving at 60 miles an hour, shows up on a master control board. On this panel, all train movement on the next 200 miles of road is registered. Remote controls here make 2 tracks do the work of 4, handle 85 trains a day, which meet and pass in automatic safety. Here we see the early bird follow local freight. Early bird moving east on track 1. Ahead of it and moving east on the same track, the local freight. As the early bird catches up, the dispatcher switches the local freight to track 2. The local freight moves over. The dispatcher lines up track 1. And the early bird sweeps on. Throughout its length, the electronic nervous system of the railroad pulsing.
Let me have the Freight Service Bureau, please.
Service Bureau.
This is Sutton of Brentman's. Can you tell me when I can expect a New York Central 64247 out of Chicago on the 23rd?
Okay, I got it. Hold on a moment, please. Your car left the Frontier Yard at 1:15 p.m. this afternoon. It's due in New York tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
Very well, thank you. Goodbye.
Coming through. Destination New York. Every day it is taken for granted. The morning will arrive on time, delivering sunrise, food, fuel, mail, and the standard of living. And more of the same tomorrow. Every day it is taken for granted that what is needed will be on hand. It is taken for granted that the train will do its job. The country and the cities grow. The train will help deliver the future, as it has done from the beginning.
But that is only half the story. I'd like to tell you the other half myself. But first, a question. How would you like to run a business if the government used your tax dollars to build one alongside you, then made it tax-free and turned it over to a competitor, and helped him operate and maintain it? That is the problem of the railroad. Now let me go back a little in railroad history. In the 19th century, the railroads had a virtual monopoly of inland transportation. Regulation of the railroads grew up with that monopoly in mind. They were necessary laws. Indeed, they made sense. Half a century ago. Today, these laws still control railroad operations. But what happened to our monopoly? Is it in the passenger transportation? Is it in hauling freight? Well, what happened to our monopoly? As all of us know, it has disappeared. But you never know it from the volumes of laws and regulations that still govern our railroad operation. Here is an airport, a modern, up-to-date airport. Who paid for it? Why, like every airport, the taxpayers did. The local government took tax money to build it, or it floated tax-exempt bonds to build it. And it got the federal government to put up more tax money from all of us to help in its construction. Now here is a rail terminal, not quite as up to date. Who paid for that? Why, the railroad did. And it not only paid for it, but pays taxes on top of it. $3 million a year, to be exact. Now that makes a difference. Airports, bus terminals, truck terminals, bridges, tunnels, ultra-modern freeways, government dredged water, the rights of way of our competitors, dollars worth of property, built and maintained by taxes, yours and ours. The right of way of the New York Central, 10,000 miles of it, our bridges, our freight terminals, our passenger terminals, our research installations, not only built by us, not only maintained by us, but in addition, we pay property taxes of $40 million annually. Taxes that go to support community activities like schools, the fire department, the police department, the highway department. Quite a contrast to our competition, isn't it? And yet the railroads are the lowest true cost producers of mass transportation. The ships in the St. Lawrence Seaway, the trucks on the highway are not truly producing transportation as inexpensively as the train, when you realize how many of their costs are paid for by the taxpayer. Which brings us back to our question. How would you like to run a business if the government built one alongside you and made it tax-free and then turned it over to a competitor and helped him operate and maintain it? That is the problem of the railroads. Now, despite outdated policies which restrict us, discriminate against us, and would have put any other industry out of business, the railroads have made progress. And you've just seen how much we are doing to make even more progress. But in a competitive free enterprise society, we cannot indefinitely run a business in competition with government-financed, government-supported business. What we have is a lopsided transportation policy on federal and state levels, a policy which is slowly squeezing the life out of our railroads. What do we ask? Well, that's simple. We ask for an up-to-date, fair transportation policy. We ask that all forms of transportation pay their way, as now only the railroads do. Or failing that, we ask the same tax benefits and the same government support under which other forms of transportation operate today. We are not just discussing a 4% return versus a 6% or 8% return. We're discussing the steady expansion and growth of American industry as a whole. We're discussing your standard of living and comfort. We're discussing your better standard of living and your greater comfort tomorrow. You can't have them without modern and more efficient railroads unless you know the facts and demand a modern transportation policy which gives equal treatment to every form of transportation. Thank you.
All right. Next one.
The Old South, a gracious land where dwell a gracious people. Here in all its storybook romance is the land of Dixie. Along this southeastern seaboard,
On the slopes of these Blue Ridge Mountains, American history was made. On these fertile plains, men fought and died to make freedom ring throughout the land. Here are the statues and monuments raised to the hardy pioneers who sought freedom and found it here in the New World. These are the honored halls in which that freedom was proclaimed to the world. Against this background, names were made great, illuminating the pages of our great historical tradition. Princess Pocahontas, Captain John Smith, General George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and others revered in hallowed memory. This is the South of romantic legend, whose beginnings were the beginnings of America itself, where almost 350 years ago, the first colonists came to live and build for the future that is our proud heritage today. Way down south in the land of cotton, in song and story, in the strong light of living reality, for years that stretch back through bygone generations, the world has looked to the Southland for a picture of life peculiar to that region, the calm, unhurried way of good living. The charm of southern cities, the peace and quiet of the southern countryside, of southern towns and villages, of heroes, of women of melting beauty. All these and more, from time out of mind, have been the heart and soul of the great American Southland. That was the old South of yesteryear. But today, there is something else. A new spirit that gives pace and tempo to modern living. A new mode of existence, born of the spirit of progress, has arisen on the foundations of the South of song and story. The tempo of life is quickened. In step with the times is the keynote of the day. And so this story emerges. The story of a new South, whose roots are embedded deep in the honored traditions of the old, building always for the greater Southland, in industry, in agriculture, in science, in education, great universities dedicated to higher learning, fine institutions for the teaching of the arts and sciences of modern times. There is a power here that grips. That power is deep in the rocks and in the mountains. That power is in the fruit of the good earth, giving life and sustenance to us and to those with whom we share our bounty. That power is in the spirit that fires our hope. It lights our ways even better today than tomorrow. The wealth of a nation, or any part of that nation, is measured by its natural resources, its industry, its distribution facilities, its people. This southeast corner of our nation is blessed more than most with the riches of a fertile soil and mild climate, untold wealth in minerals and forests, and a vast network of modern transportation. This fertile soil, warmed and nourished by the soft sunshine and generous rainfall, provides a steady, never-ending parade of varied crops. Florida oranges and grapefruit, pre-ripened, bursting with health-giving qualities of this soil and sun, shipped to the tables of the nation and the world. Luscious peaches and juicy watermelons sent to every corner of this land of ours. Vegetables in great abundance and amazing variety from the lush soil of the Southeast for the markets and tables of the nation. Tobacco from the time of Sir Walter Raleigh to this day, a product of prime importance to the economy of this region. The raising of livestock, dairy cattle for the expanding dairy industry, flooded beef herds for the emerging meat packing industry. Hogs, poultry, assuming greater and greater prominence in the economy of this region, their value measured in millions of dollars. Cotton, once the foundation of Southern economy, today still the principal crop of the agricultural South. These are the words of Henry W. Grady, a great Southerner, in speaking of cotton. It is the heritage that God gave us when He arched our skies, established our mountains, girt us about with the ocean, tempered the sunshine, and measured the rain, ours and our children forever. Fused with the widespread agricultural activities of the Southland is the rapid industrial growth of the region, not only in basic heavy industry, but also in other fields that have become a vital factor in the pattern of modern industrial development. Industry must have raw materials, either close at hand or within easy shipping distance. What has the Southeast to offer along these lines? Iron ore and coal from the same field, an unbeatable combination for industrial utilization. Clay, cement, gravel, phosphate rock, granite, limestone, kaolin, marls, all of these are nature's heritage to the Southeast, a great part of which still remains to be revealed and unearthed through the uses of modern industry, building construction, and agriculture. Now a glimpse of another great natural resource, the forests of the South, the most extensive in the country, an asset of tremendous importance to the nation. This vast timber supply today furnishes a large part of the nation's lumber and wood pulp needs, supports a great furniture industry, and is the basis of the rapidly expanding pulp and paper industry of the Southeast. The South has made remarkable strides in the development of its wood cellulose industry, and today this region plays a leading role in the production of paper, building boards, insulating materials, rayon, plastic, and other products derived from wood cellulose. The manufacture of textiles is one of the country's great and ever-expanding industries. Today, more than 90% of the rayon manufactured in the United States is derived from wood pulp. Under the magic wand of the chemist, new frontiers of industrial expansion are being established in the manufacture of rayon, in the widening fields of plastics, in cellophane, lacquers, film, and many other kindred products, all based on wood fibers as the principal raw material. Here again, the potential is great. The opportunities for building are at hand, ready to be grasped and utilized for the betterment of life today and tomorrow. The world's principal supply of naval stores is in the Southeast. Longleaf and flash pine trees are tapped for the crude gum, from which turpentine and various oils are distilled. The spirits of turpentine, distilled from the gum, and the rosin or residue, are shipped to world markets for uses ranging from medicinal to the manufacture of rubber and plastic, from the making of paper to the manufacture of textiles. Crucial to the expanding economy of the South, as it has been to the historical and industrial development of the country as a whole, is adequate rail transportation. For more than 100 years, the common denominator of American industry, and today a vital part of American progress. As the railroads grew in strength, so the country grew. The history of one was the history of the other. Railroads and nations, each growing in size and power, each dependent on the progress of the other. Through those formative years and into the modern era,
the Seaboard Airline Railroad has kept pace with the march of progress, blazing new trails for the advance of agriculture, industry, and the arts of modern civilization, forming an important link in the great steel web within which American life and economy operate. Today, the Seaboard Airline Railroad forms one of the nation's leading railway systems, with main lines through Virginia, the Carolinas, Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, serving the capitals of each of these states, their seaports and inland resources, their principal cities and vacation resorts, operating as a powerful, smoothly functioning connecting link between the Southeast and the rest of the nation. A railroad's importance to the communities which it serves is almost immeasurable. Its passenger trains afford luxurious comfort, safety, and convenience to the traveler. Its freight trains make possible the vast daily flow of raw materials from forest, mine, and farm to manufacturer, and the finished product from manufacturer to widespread consumer markets. The shipping of freight by rail has always been the lifeblood of modern American industry. Today, the railroad continues as the very basis of the economic life of the nation. Representative of the new spirit that is building for the greater Southland of today and tomorrow, the Seaboard, in freight traffic, as well as in passenger service, is a notable example of the drive and know-how characteristic of the entire field of rail transportation throughout the length and breadth of our country. Routing shipments between south, north, and west via fast seaboard freight ensures safe, sure, and swift transit all the way, from point of origin to final destination. It means careful handling of shipments by men especially trained in this important work, in loading, in transit, and in unloading. It means low freight costs and on-time shipping schedules, important in the modern scheme of business. An important part of Seaboard's organization is the agricultural department. This department works in close cooperation with southern farmers and planters toward the goal of increasing agricultural income from greater yields of old crops and the planting of new and diversified crops. Seaboard's industrial department is a powerful force in the industrial progress of the New South, with a noteworthy record of pioneering in the development of new industries and aiding in the expansion of old. New industries, such as the vast and important pulp and paper industry and related enterprises, made aware of the immense potentialities of this region, have been encouraged to share in the resources and to reap the benefits of the expanding economy of the Southland. And when it comes to vacation travel, this earth hath no more favored spot. There is no end to tourist dreams come true, giving the widest variety of holiday fun and recreation, all for the taking, and within the easy reach of the rail line serving this area. Southland thrills with the consciousness of growing power and prosperity. There is a spirit here that grips the mind, a force and a power that has brought new life and vigor to this region. Today, something has been added to the mellow tradition of the Old South. Today, the South is more than moonlight and magnolias. A new spirit of industry and progress symbolizes the Southland of today. But in the secret heart of the true Southerners, there will always live a sense of the land itself, of the things that grow in it, the seasons that sweep it, the rocks and rills and pebbled hills that give it grace and feature. This, then, is the heart of the Southland today. The factories, the white beaches, the farms and forests, the schools and plantations, the cities, the towns, the villages, the countryside. A region still of quiet charm and hearty hospitality. Today and into our many tomorrows, as in the yesteryears of generations gone by, a pleasant corner of this land of ours.
All right, everyone. Now on to the next one.
Hello, Fort Morris, California. Lieutenant, the westbound movement will be made by Chicago, Denver, and Salt Lake City.
Station officer at Miami, Florida says 47 flat cars are spotted now. You've got the green light. Report when you clear Cleveland.
Hello, operator. I have a call in from Seattle. This is a hot move. Give it a high priority.
I just talked to San Antonio, Texas, and train number 21778 left the camp at 11:05 a.m.
Colonel Fitz, will you please carry these orders into effect? Yes, sir. This is Colonel Fitz, Army Ground Forces. The Commanding General has decided to move the 201st Armored Division by rail. Alert traffic control and everyone concerned.
Okay, I'll get attention, men. There's going to be 3 men in each section. They're sleeping tonight. 2 in the lower berth and 1 in the upper berth. That's enough. You'll find out tonight, boy. We're pulling out now, men, so at ease.
Attention, men. We're stopping at the next station. Be ready to get off.
Hey, look at up here. That's where you gotta sleep tonight. Hey, you get it. Hey, what's that? The back. What did he get? Up the ceiling.
Attention, men. Anyone I catch smoking in the berths will get KP for the whole trip. Is that clear?
Boy, you tell me where this train is going. No, sir, that's one thing I'm not allowed to do. I think we're headed to San Francisco because now we are in Tennessee. Nah, Tennessee's not there, it's down here.
All right, everyone. We're on the passenger train.
Someone's going away on a trip. The traveler is Bobby Watson. He's going out west all by himself to spend his vacation on Uncle Ray's ranch. And while Bobby gets all scrubbed and polished, cleaned and combed, down in the railroad yards, his train is being showered, soaped, and steamed all at the same time. Before every trip, passenger cars are pulled through an automatic washing machine where they're scrubbed and polished until they shine. The big diesel-electric locomotives, already cleaned and oiled, wait to be called for work. In another part of the railroad yard, fresh linen and towels are put on the train, and food for the dining cars where the passengers will eat while they ride. The Watsons live in a big city. Just now, Bobby and his father are coming to the station in a taxi. Some passengers arrive on foot, some in cars, and some by bus. The station is a busy place. Many trains come and go in this station. The bulletin board shows what time each train should arrive and leave, and whether it's on time or late. At the baggage counter, people may check their bags and suitcases to be carried in a special baggage car. Mr. Watson prefers to carry Bob's suitcase right onto the train. There are stores and newsstands in this station, too.
Bob thinks a magazine may help to pass the many hours on the trip. "Let's go," says Mr. Watson. The sign tells him where to go. Passengers pass through this gate to get to their train. Each passenger shows his ticket to the gateman, so that the gateman can be sure that each passenger gets on the right train. "Track number 1, says the gateman to Bobby. Here's Bob's train all put together, ready for the passengers. In the rear is the observation car. As he walks by, Bob wonders if he can ride in it. "Yes," says his father, "but first we must find your seat on the train." The engineer and his helper are climbing aboard the big engine. They're all set for the trip. Here's Bob's car. The porter takes his baggage. Mr. Watson asks the conductor to keep an eye on Bob, because this is his first train trip alone. Then he gives Bobby his ticket. "All aboard! You're on your own now," he says. The engineer gets the go-ahead signal. He opens the throttle. The huge locomotive sets the train in motion, slowly at first. The signal light is green. The road is clear. Through the railroad yards, the train travels slowly. Bob's riding in a small room of his own called a roomette. It has a comfortable seat in the daytime and can be turned into a bedroom at night. A wardrobe is built into the wall of the roomette, and a wash basin. Bob sees a neighbor open the wash basin. The tracks gradually lead out of town and join the main line. The engineer watches every road sign carefully. The safety of the passengers is in his hands. Traveling in a roomette is comfortable. "Tickets, please." Bob has 2 tickets, one for the train trip and another one for his place in the roomette. The Pullman conductor gets the roomette ticket. The train conductor returns half of the round-trip ticket to Bob to use when he travels back home again. Now Bob can go and explore the train. On his way, Bob first passes through a chair car. Many people like to ride in chair cars like this one, especially for short trips. It costs less and is quite comfortable. The attendant tells Bob that the observation car is 3 cars farther back. On his way, Bob sees the dome car, a car with a roof of glass. Through the glass dome, the passengers can watch the landscape all around them. Here is the observation car. Now Bob understands why it's at the rear end of the train. While the passengers relax and enjoy their trip, many people work to keep them safe and comfortable. In the train kitchen, cooks prepare meals for the 200 passengers. Now the train's hurrying through farm country. At lunchtime, the waiter rings chimes to tell the passengers to come to the dining car. In a moving train, waiters have to learn to keep good balance when serving food. Many people leave their coach seats to go to the dining car. A dining car is like a traveling restaurant. Here, while they eat their meals, the passengers can enjoy the moving landscape. For passengers who don't want a big meal, this train has a lunch car. Bob has ordered a sandwich for lunch and a glass of milk. And while he eats his sandwich, the train is approaching a station. It's just a small one, but it's important for the train crew because here, the engineer and his helper are leaving the train and a new crew takes over. This way, the train has a rested engineer every few hours. Say, look who's here. This is Clyde. Bob has company. Now the boys can watch the landscape together.
And they can talk about the things they've seen on the trip so far. Bob tells Clyde about the ranch he's going to visit. After a while, they decide to go to the observation car where they can play checkers. In good company, the afternoon passes quickly. The boys don't even notice that the sun is gradually setting. It's already bedtime for small children. This room is larger than Bobby's and is called a bedroom. Already the evening meals are being served. While the train speeds into the dusk, the porter prepares beds for his passengers. The shadows grow longer, and the countryside darkens. Guided by signposts and signals which tell the engineer the safe speed at which he may travel, the train speeds toward the sunset. One by one, the lights go out, and the passengers go to sleep. This is how a passenger goes to rest in a roomette prepared for the night. Now it's morning again. Uncle Ray's ranch is just across the mountain range, but the train won't have to climb over it. The tracks are cut into the sides of the mountain. And sometimes the train goes through the mountain itself, through a tunnel. Or it rushes across rugged country, over bridges and trestles. Are you ready? Asked the Pullman conductor. Bob will get off at a small station where the train stops only for a moment, but he's all packed and ready. Come on, Bobby, here we are. The porter carries a step for passengers so that they can get off the high cars easily. And as he had promised Mr. Watson, the Pullman conductor sees Bobby off the train. Here's Uncle Ray shouting, "Hi there, cowboy." The long ride is over. Uncle Ray's Jeep is waiting. The train starts off again, and off goes Bob to the ranch, to new adventures with cowboys and horses. But the train goes on across more mountains, more valleys, across desert country until it reaches its destination, California.
All right, guys. Time for more.
There's something about a railroad and something about railroading that's different from any other calling beneath the sun. Something inside a man and the way he thinks about his job and the pride he feels in his own performance. It rides the motor car across a stretch of open track with a band of men on their way to work. It stands beside them in the silent desert where the only sound is the sound of their tools and their voices. It walks with the man who works alone, marches with thousands who work together. For these are railroad people, a breed of their own, the men and women who run the railroad, working with paper, with forges, lathes, and presses, truing the wheels, tending the signals, throwing the switches, handing out supplies, helping with the baggage, serving the food, selling the tickets, building a fence, a bridge, a roadbed, using a shovel, a crane, a transit, a typewriter, making up the trains, running the trains, maintaining the trains. This is my railroad, 100,000 men and women working together to serve one purpose, to keep a railroad running. In the beginning, there was nothing. No rail, no roadbed, no rolling stock. Nothing but untouched wilderness. But in the wilderness was also a promise. The promise of a Western empire which could make one nation as wide as a continent if it could be bound together with bands of steel. Where few men had dared to walk, a path was cleared. Out of the rock, out of the earth, and through the virgin forest. Ties were hewed, rail was laid, bolted, and spiked down. When the last spike was driven, our first trains moved across the continent. Up and over 7,000 feet of mountain barrier, locked in winter's clutches, and into the heart of the Western Empire. A nation now was joined together, a nation scarcely born, yet reaching for its destiny. As the West and Southwest grew, so did the railroad. Until today, those rails which once bravely spanned the mountain have become an interlocking network, binding together the far west, the southwest, and the south, linking them in turn with the mid-continent, and through many connecting lines, hauling traffic across the nation. Hauling the products of the forest, lumber from the Siskiyous, the Cascades, the Sierra, from New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana. Hauling the products dug from the earth, the metals, the chemicals, the oil. Hauling the products of the soil, fruits and vegetables from the garden spot of the nation, transported to distant cities as if distance were non-existent. Hauling the products of the factory, fashioned into the shape of things our people need. Hauling the people of a free nation, a people free to move and travel at their will without answering to any man. This is my railroad, a service performed by 100,000 men and women who share a common pride, knowing how to run a railroad.
Well, railroading's quite a job, and it seems to be getting bigger all the time. All along our lines, we keep getting more people. Don't ask me where they come from, but they keep right on coming. And behind those people, we keep getting more business and industry. Each day in the last 25 years, a new industry large enough to need a rail connection has sprung up along our lines. Since the end of World War II, that rate has doubled. 2 new industries a day, turning out goods that have to be delivered to somebody, somewhere, all over the country. So it's no wonder we can't ever say a railroad's really built. We're always adding to it, and always rebuilding it. For instance, as traffic increases, we keep laying bigger and heavier rail to carry the heavier loads. Replacing rail isn't a complicated job, till you remember you can't hold up traffic. Our boys work it out, though. The fellows down the line pass the word along when a train's coming. We make a temporary joint, move our equipment out of the way, and the train goes right on through. It's work, and the train has to slow down a little, but traffic keeps on moving. The speed at which we can run our trains depends only partly on the power of the locomotive. It depends even more on the weight of the rail and the curves and gradients of the track. We always try for a straight and level line. But the contours aren't always made to order. We have to fit our railroad to the contours. So when we have to build a curve, we try to make it as gentle as we can. On one stretch of track, the Tehachapi Loop, it wasn't quite so easy. We had to swing our curve all the way around, so one end of the train actually passes over the other. We have to carry passengers and freight even when there's a mountain where we want a canyon, or a canyon where we want a mountain. So we move the earth around, that's all. Cut it away from one place and fill it in another. Cut and fill. That's the basic pattern. Where a cut would be too deep, we drive a tunnel through. Where a fill would be too great, we build a trestle or viaduct to carry our trains on stilts. In order to cut across the Great Salt Lake, we had to build a trestle 12 miles long. We put a roadbed right across the water. And we engineer our bridges. Sometimes we build a small one. Sometimes we build a high one, like the Pecos River Bridge in Texas. There are more than 10,000 bridges, viaducts, and trestles on our lines. It's a lot of work to build a railroad. And the work is never done. What you build, you have to maintain. Maintaining a railroad takes a lot of material. Our supply trains are always on the move, carrying that material to every point in the system. It takes a lot of equipment, and some of it very technical, like the rail detector car, which can see right inside the steel rails, looking for flaws no human eye could ever see. But mostly, maintaining a railroad takes a lot of men, and those men have to know their jobs. When the weather's fine and the sun is out, it isn't too difficult. But when the weather changes, the job gets a little more complicated. When the wind whips up a desert sandstorm, we've got a real fight on our hands. That tearing sandblast can wear the hard steel rail faster than the trains that run on it. It can bury the rails, block the switches, and even stop the trains. So, our men must fight it. This is no easy way to make a living, but railroad men can take it, working as steadily as the wind itself, for as long as the wind keeps blowing. Like I say, it's quite a lot of work to run a railroad.
Who are these people who run the railroad? Who keep the railroad running? We're a plain and friendly people living in the cities, towns, and rural districts of 8 states. Living among our friends and neighbors, whose patronage of the railroad gives us the work by which we earn our living. We in turn contribute to the communities in which we live. We pay our taxes. Take an active part in community life. And buy from merchants up and down the streets of 1,000 towns. We're members of clubs, women's clubs and service clubs, and members of sports clubs too, both as players and as spectators. We all have fun, don't we, Bub? Yes, we're a plain and friendly people, we who run the railroad. We who run the railroad in sun and storm, in summer and in winter, in order to carry the people and the products of a nation so that one man may exchange his goods with other men, and they in turn with him, in the working pattern of a free economy.
We haul a lot of stuff, all right, but getting it to the right place at the right time isn't just a matter of hooking a lot of cars together and running them over the line. Every train has to be made up according to a carefully worked out plan. So naturally, we think our end of the job in the railroad yards is an important part of railroading, because that's where the trains are put together. All along the line, cars come into these yards to be routed and rerouted to their destinations. In the yards, we sort them and shuffle the individual cars into new trains. Some will go north, others south or east or west. In the most modern yards, it works like this. The engineer of the switch engine pushes the cars up the slope of a man-made little hill we call the hump. When the yardman pulls the cup grade, to see that it doesn't roll too fast, the operator in the first tower sets a control. And down on the track, the wheels of the car get an electronic squeeze to slow it down. It's still a little too fast, so another control is set, and a second set of squeezers brings it down to proper speed. Now, the operator in the next tower takes over and sends it to the right track to join up with other cars slated for the same destination. It has to be handled just right. Maybe there's furniture in that car, or maybe a load of dishes. If it rolls down the hump too fast, it'll hit like a head-on collision. It's got to come in real easy, right to the coupler like a cushion. That's what you might call a push-button railroad, but it still takes a good man to run it, and a good team on the ground to back him up.
Where one man's job ends, another man's takes over. As the newly made-up trains pull along the throat track to the departure yard, a yard clerk calls in the number of each car to the yard office.
SB 58228, PFB 178693.
For every train we make up in the yard, we make up a train on paper, too. By keeping a record of their movements, we know where any shipment is anywhere along our lines at any time. On automatic machines, we cut a card for every car in every train. The cards are routed through other machines that automatically cut teletype tapes and dispatch a copy of each card to as many as 60 different offices which may be interested in the train. Later, at junction points across the continent, the progress of each car will again be teletyped ahead. With the aid of automatic equipment and electronics, railroading today has become a science. Yet all that these mechanical marvels can really accomplish is to help good men do their jobs better. The engineer in the cab can pick up his phone and, thanks to shortwave radio, talk with the conductor in the caboose a mile away as easily as if they were sitting side by side. The conductor works from wheel reports, which, once made up by hand, are now made up by machine. But no machine yet devised has been able to cut off a car at its destination or switch it to the proper track. No machine yet devised has ever taken the place of the brakeman's eyes as he keeps his watch over the rolling wheels of the rolling freight. And no machine ever devised has taken the place of the engineer's skill as he pilots his train along the track. The machines help, but it still takes men to do the jobs. The engineer, highballing along at top allowable speed, knows there are trains ahead of him, behind him, and coming in the opposite direction. Yet he is completely confident. His confidence is in the men who keep him posted, the dispatchers. On 100 miles of single track, there may be as many as 20 trains traveling in two directions and at different speeds. As trains pass a station, the operator passes the word to the dispatcher. He checks one report against the other and transmits his orders on ahead to be picked up along the line.
The engineer or fireman in the engine cab picks up the orders from the top arm of the train order post, and a mile behind, a trainman latches onto a duplicate from the lower arm. The orders may read for the train to go right on through or to pull into a siding so another train can pass. It's teamwork all the way, good coordination and timing. And the automatic block signal system provides a safe double check. On the busier sections of single track line, dispatchers can speed up the traffic flow with the aid of an electronic system called Centralized Traffic Control, or CTC. CTC is the dream of almost every boy and man, a railroad at your fingertips, 100 miles of track before your eyes. Out on the line, two freight trains push on toward each other on the same track. To the dispatcher miles away, they are lights on his CTC board, lights moving toward a siding. Then a flick of a remote control switch. One freight takes the siding. The other train keeps right on rolling. With the positive control of CTC, the dispatcher's judgment cuts down delays at sidings, and often he can time his meets so perfectly that neither train must stop. Yes, behind the men who run the trains are many men who help to keep them running. No man works alone, for each man's work depends on others' work. Others like the shop men. The modern conception of maintenance is to locate trouble before it happens, and then keep it from happening. Shop men call it progressive maintenance. Every locomotive, steam or diesel, passenger or freight, is checked and serviced after every run. A laboratory man can take a tiny thimbleful of lubricating oil from a diesel and turn that oil into a truth serum, which reveals the personal secrets of the locomotive. Trouble foreseen is trouble stopped before it happens. What might have developed into a major overhaul becomes a routine minor repair to a delicate engine or a set of rugged wheels. Wheels wear out of true from the steady grind of steady use. Shop men can true up the wheels without even taking them off the engine. It takes quite a machine to handle the job and quite a man to handle the machine. Give men with know-how the tools and machines, and there is no limit to the precision work they can turn out, from maintaining engines to rebuilding the cars those engines pull. To the men in the shops, like those at Houston, Texas, rebuilding cars is an everyday story. One by one, old wooden cars are dismantled, marched through the shop assembly line, and transformed into all steel cars better than before. Yes, it's the shop men who keep them rolling. We couldn't provide good service to our passengers and shippers if it weren't for these men that passengers and shippers never see. But a railroad has its front men too, the men at the stations, who are the railroad to those the railroad serves. In the smaller towns, one man alone must do the many jobs, the station agent. He advises passengers and sells the tickets, handles baggage and manages shipments, and looks after the needs of our customers and shippers. He knows more about the railroad than anyone else in town, and more about the town than anyone else on the railroad. He's the man who keeps the railroad humming and who keeps it human. In the larger cities, it takes many people to do the many jobs, but the human side is just the same. To the passenger, who knows only what he sees with his own two eyes, the railroad is the red cap, the man who prepares his ticket, or the clerk who checks his baggage. It is all the men and women with whom he deals, in stations or on the trains. To a passenger, the railroad is a ticket home or a ticket to adventure, to new scenes passing by the window or to places well remembered.
the charm and romance of the South. The majestic sweep of the great Southwest. The color and beauty on the shores of the Pacific. It is beauty in unexpected places, beauty that changes with the seasons. Spring is the gentle season, as fragile as the blossom on the branch. Spring brings the poppy to the coastland, the yucca to the hills. Louisiana bayous, soft colors light the water hyacinth. The year turns and the summer sun lies hot upon the land. But with the tang of autumn, the colors change upon the trees. A delicate tracery on the leaf, a broad brush stroke on the mountainside. The season of the burning bush gives way to the season of the silver mantle. Winter brings the silent snow, the muffled brook, the bough beneath its crystal burden. The cloak lies heavy on the land, the soft white snow that sparkles in the sunlight and turns the mountain into a fairyland of white. The soft white snow which drives before the wind until it becomes deep enough to bury poles along our lines. Snow that can block our switches, tear down our wires, and challenge the progress of our trains. In the Sierra, the Cascades, the Siskiyous, hundreds of miles of mountain railroad must be kept open. The trains must go through. When a new storm blows into the Sierra, you can be sure of just one thing. A battle is about to begin. A battle fought by man's mind as well as muscle, by a powerful and complex organization that has gained skill and knowledge through the years. As the storm bears down upon us, the power of the railroad is mobilized to meet it. Extra crews are called to duty. Track crews, train and engine crews, crews for the snow fighting equipment, railroad men who are mountain men, men who have fought snow all their working lives. These men and their equipment are dispatched to strategic locations. At their battle stations, they watch and wait, knowing the call will come, and that when it does, all our efforts will be bent in one direction, to keep the trains moving.
Calling Rotary 7205. Snow is piling up at milepost 193.
Men and machine move in against the storm. The line must be kept open. Gold Run to Dutch Flat, Blue Canyon to Emigrant Gap, Cisco to Norden to Donner Summit and down the other side. The line must be kept open. Dispatchers work to keep the flow of traffic moving through the mounting fury of the storm. Trains west, trains east, rotaries in both directions. Always on the railroad when the chips are down, the man with the shovel gets to work. Switches must be kept clear. They must be kept from freezing. The trains must keep moving. Somewhere on the mountain, a wire is down. A slender wire that holds the battle line together. We fall back on our radio, but we need that wire. When the break is located by radar, a man goes out to mend it. Now fixing it becomes a personal matter between one man and the storm. The fight goes on. If the storm won't quit, then neither will we. When the blind white fury smothers our attack, there's only one way to beat it, outlast it.
Sometimes when the going gets tough enough, we may have to yield a little, to surrender one track to the storm and concentrate all our work and all our equipment to keep the other track open. So we do. We put our backs into it, we keep on punching. And the trains keep rolling through. At last the clouds begin to break. The wind dies, the storm has spent its anger. The snow once more is a white and silent sea, gleaming in the sun. The battle is over, but not the work. Our buried wires must be dug free to safeguard communications if another onslaught comes. On the open lines of track, fast-moving flangers clear the snow from between the rails. But on the second track, where the storm closed us in and we made a temporary surrender, the big rotaries still have a job to do. The path carved open by the rotaries is then widened by the spreaders. We can push a little when we set our minds to it. Move over snow, we've got a railroad here, and the men who know how to run it. This is my railroad, and I'm proud of it. You can tell what railroaders are made of when the going gets really tough. Yes, there's something about a railroad, and something about the railroaders who keep it running. Through sun and storm, in summer and in winter, in order to carry the people and the products of a nation. For a railroad is more than roadbed and rolling stock, more than yards and shops and offices. A railroad is railroad people, men and women working together, each one doing one job proudly, whatever that job may be. Men and women working together and sharing a common pride, knowing how to run their railroad. A heritage from the past, a service to the present, a dream for the future still to come.
Alright, everybody, that includes that episode of the video. Now we're moving on to the next story at this moment.
Scotty? Not today. Promised my wife I'd eat home for a change. That's all the latest news. Uh-huh, and arguments. Well, see ya. Say hello to Kelly for me.
Say, Padre.
Yeah?
I'm looking for a joint of some sort around here called Scotty's. Can you tell me where it is?
Yeah. I can tell you something else, too, mister. Don't let Kelly hear you call Scotty's a joint.
Kelly? Who's Kelly?
On the hill to the right. You can't miss it. Oh, and say hello to Kelly for me.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Russ. Hi. Hi, Johnny. Change, Kelly.
Change, Kelly.
I must be getting old. I keep hearing echoes. Did you get your message on the board, George?
Yeah, I saw it when I came in.
85, 90, $1. Thanks a lot, George.
But you're Kelly.
Well, you wouldn't want to bet with me. I happen to know.
I might have guessed it.
What'd you say?
I was looking for a superintendent named Paul Todd. I was told I'd probably find him in here.
Well, no, he's not here now, but he usually comes in about this time.
Oh, well, I guess I'll wait then.
All right.
Could I trouble you for a cup of coffee?
Trouble?
I brought you some more coffee, Kelly.
Oh, good.
Hey, how about a cup of coffee, huh? Good and hot, easy on the crane, heavy on the trigger.
No trouble at all.
Russ, how about those twins of yours? I've been saving a page one spot for the news, you know. Any day now.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
What's all this about?
Oh, well, that's all I know about it, just what it says there. Hey, you got a cigarette? Thanks. I understand they've already had a program on steel, one on automobiles, now it's railroads. That I want to see. Well, thanks, Pete. Well, why not? After all, what's more important to the welfare of people and business than the railroads?
Sure.
Well, how can they tell the story of the railroads in one program?
Maybe it was 6, but 1?
I've been talking railroading to my wife for 20 years. I haven't repeated myself once. Not funny? Not funny.
Well, what's so hard? I got all they need for a TV show. Look, every hour, 1,000 trains leave somewhere for somewhere. 4,500 carloads of freight are shipped. 4,500 are received. 15,000 railway express shipments are handled. 1,300,000 pounds of U.S. mail. Every hour.
Scotty, you and your facts and figures.
Yeah, well, it comes easy after listening to you guys for 15 years.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Say, what's all the fuss about?
Fuss? What fuss?
You never wrote this. What do you mean it's always like this in here?
This. You should be here when they start discussing baseball. Or better yet, Congress.
Like I was telling my brother-in-law from Detroit.
Oh, I forgot your spoon. Back on track one, boys.
Like I was telling my brother-in-law from Detroit. Sure, I think automobiles are mighty important. But how would they make them if it wasn't for the tons of steel these railroads haul to your factory? Yeah, 25,000 tons a day, along with 450,000 square feet of plate glass, 900,000 pounds of copper, and... Oh, sorry, Russ. Why pick autos?
Bill?
Wait, Tony. How would you make anything without railroads? Refrigerators, breakfast food, airplanes, you name it.
Yeah.
Tell me, don't you get tired of railroad talk in here all the time?
No, I like it. Why?
Oh, just curious. You see, I'm not a railroad man.
Oh, not really.
So maybe it's hard for me to swallow all this talk about how important railroads are. After all, almost everything I buy seems to be delivered to my house by truck.
Mm-hmm. After it's first been hauled by railroads about 100 or 1,000 miles.
Change, Kelly.
Excuse me.
Who's City Boy, Bill?
Never saw him before.
Maybe they ought to put a memory genius like Scotty on this TV show.
Hey, how about that?
Oh, he's only kidding, Scotty.
No. Maybe some MC fella gets me up there and asks me questions about the railroads. Tries to stop me, see? Might be terrific.
I'll take wrestling.
Maybe they'll call me the human encyclopedia.
Oh, brother.
How much railroad track in the nation, maybe this fella has? Right off, I tell him. Nearly 400,000 miles. How much freight do the railroads haul? More tons of freight, more miles than all other forms of transportation put together. How much taxes do the railroads pay in a year? $1,250,000,000. How much does it cost to haul a ton of freight a mile by railroads? Average is less than a cent and a half. You can't stop me, you see? Then maybe he turns to the studio audience and he says, anybody in the audience got a question to ask?
Yes, I have. What happened to those ham and eggs I ordered?
Coming up. But don't forget, these are hauled by the railroads too.
Yes, I know.
You know, maybe Scotty's got something there. On that 400,000 miles of track business, I mean.
All bills paid for and maintained by the railroads, don't forget that. And with every mile of line, you got a cash investment of $110,000. Don't forget that.
And maybe that's the story this TV program ought to tell. Suppose you took just one moment. You showed the people what's happening on the railroad tracks of the nation in a single moment. That'd be something, wouldn't it?
And see the headline. Editor turns TV producer.
Okay, but look. Now maybe you have this fellow as he's sort of a narrator. While he talks, you show pictures of what's happening along the 400,000 miles of track. Maybe he'll start off by saying, right at this moment, right while you're thinking about it.
At this moment, as in every moment of America's history, the wealth of the nation lies dispersed far and wide throughout a vast continent. To make this reservoir of wealth useful, huge quantities of raw materials must be moved regularly to the centers of production. Finished goods must move freely to the marketplaces of the nation and the world. In the endless and indispensable movement of materials and goods, the greatest role is that played by the railroads of America. At this moment, the railroads are hauling the food products on which the health and vitality of the nation depend. At this moment, the railroads are moving the endless variety of raw materials which the industries of the nation will refine, convert, fabricate, process, and manufacture. At this moment, the railroads are carrying the finished products of industry and agriculture, which the people of the world will buy, sell, and use. Today, as always, the welfare of the nation depends upon its railroads.
The welfare of the nation depends on the railroads. I wonder just how many people up and down all the main streets realize that. And Russ, to haul the same load carried by one big freight train would take a convoy of heavy trucks 10 miles long. Just one train, mind you. And about 15,000 freight trains are on the move every day.
Nice and cold, Scotty.
Tell you what I wouldn't mind them showing on TV, especially for those people who never think much about railroads. If it weren't for railroads, how would you move large equipment across the country? Like that, for instance. Or something that size.
As long as you're talking about the hauling jobs the roads do, how about mail?
About 90% of all inner-city mail is carried by the railroad. What's more, Uncle Sam paid the railroads less to move that 90% than it cost them to move the remaining 10. And don't forget express. The railroads pick up and deliver over 350,000 express packages a day. Kelly, how about another cup of coffee?
Oh, sure. Say, I've been thinking about that remark you made a few minutes ago.
About railroads being overrated?
Yes.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I know that they've been important, at least in the past. But this is a modern age. And
And I suppose railroads aren't modern.
maybe I don't know enough about railroads.
Maybe. You and a lot of other people.
Pick it up, Kelly.
Okay. Anyway, stick around. You might find it interesting.
I will.
There's another story they could put on TV.
See you later.
So long, Pete. About all the advances the railroads have made.
Correct. Are making all the time.
At a cost of over $1 billion a year. And all their own dough. I mean, private capital. Today you've got more tonnage moving in a single train, faster movement of freight. Why?
Why? A whole fistful of reasons.
And I'll tell you one of them. Power. Take the new diesels. They've speeded up switching and train makeup operations. And at this moment, new diesel power is pulling greater tonnage trains than ever before. And pulling freight at passenger train speeds, too. Diesels are hauling 3/4 of the nation's rail traffic. And even newer types of power are being tested all the time. Right along with the new motive power, you can talk about the advances in air brakes. Added power made faster, heavier trains possible. Advances in air brakes make it practical. The force it takes to stop a freight train going 60 miles an hour would be enough to lift that whole train 10 stories in the air. That's a lot of force. How many people realize that with a simple movement of a single lever, an engineer can put that kind of force into action? With just one lever, he has complete positive control of the longest and heaviest freight train on the steepest grade. Because of air brake improvements, even the fastest train loads of livestock or fragile merchandise can be brought smoothly and swiftly to a stop without injury or damage. But power and brakes are only part of the story. Like today, trains run with greater regularity and dependability, yet with greater safety than ever before, because of the big advances made in the signal systems. With today's modern systems, trains can automatically control signals behind them. Following trains get an immediate and clear picture of conditions ahead. The wayside signals are duplicated in locomotive cabs. Regardless of outside conditions, the engine man always has a clear vision of the signals which ride with him in the cab.
Nowadays, two-way train traffic can move with greater speed and safety over single-track systems than ever before. Why? Because train traffic can be handled by signals over hundreds of miles of track from a remote tower by a single man. Lights show the location of every train. By simply flipping levers, he can put trains on sidings. And allow others to move by in the opposite direction on the main line. Faster train movements, safer. I wonder how many folks know why.
Well, Bill, there's this to be said.
New communication methods doing a lot to speed up train movement, eliminate delays, and increase safety.
Okay, Dick. Flagman's back on. Right. Eastbound 9696 to eastbound 9541. Okay, eastbound 9541. Everything looks good. Okay, 9694. Putting you on a siding at Quinton. Conductor 9604 to Great Tower. Cattle on the track. Had to stop a mile south of Crooks Road.
Just another example of modern methods the railroads use.
You're right there, Bill. And what's
And
more?
there's more to the story why freight shipments are moving faster today. Right at this moment, improved systems for classifying cars. Freight cars can be classified at the rate of 1 every 12 seconds by a single operator in a tower. He pushes various speed selector buttons and retarders grip freight wheels with the exact amount of pressure to slow the car down to the speed the operator selects. It's a long story, the story of the advancing rails.
I'll say it's a long story.
Yeah, and it could go on, too, about rails, roadbeds, and routes. The new rails you have today are heavier, sturdier, and made of better metal. And the new roadbeds being put down, how much faster they're made. How much faster rails are being laid because of modern mechanized equipment. New rails, new roadbeds, new track laying methods. Grades reduced, sharp curves eliminated, so that goods and people move more smoothly, safely, and faster than ever before. This TV program ought to have the story on modern passenger service. How many people know that they can enjoy the same comfort on trains as in their own living rooms? And the same kind of safety, too. That would be a mighty interesting story on passenger service, believe me.
Bill, telephone.
Okay, Kelly, thanks. You know, they shouldn't forget the number of purchases the railroads make either. All the things it takes to give the public modern transportation service. How many items, Connie?
Oh, nearly 100,000 different items from manufacturers and suppliers in over 12,000 cities and towns. The bill amounts to almost $7 million a day.
And that's all railroad, though. No subsidies, no tax money.
Bill, shall I tell him you call him back?
And I'll be right there. Any way you look at it, it's a tough story to tell in half an hour.
And I don't envy the guy who's got the job.
Now, that's me.
Say, I'm sorry about Paul Todd. He's usually here.
Oh, that's quite all right. I enjoyed the wait.
You know, maybe you want to see this new TV show the boys have been talking about.
You think it'll be any good?
Yeah.
Well, I sure hope so.
I hope so, too.
$25.50 $1. Thanks a lot, and stop back again sometime.
Well, thank you. I might surprise you and do just that.
Did you know that 4,500...
Oh, Scotty, not tonight.
Now, figures don't lie.
Why, thank you, Scotty.
Good night, Kelly.
Tonight we bring you another in a series of public service programs featuring the American private businesses upon which our whole way of living depends. This is a story which begins in the research centers and laboratories of railroads, railroad associations, universities, engineering societies, and in the research facilities of thousands of suppliers and manufacturers. This is the story of the advancing rails. It's an important story, for no matter who you are, where you are, or what you do, the railroads influence your life and the way you live. Tonight we present the story of the nation's railroads, a story happening at this moment.
Hey, that fella's face looks mighty familiar.
It should.
Isn't that the fellow who was having coffee here a couple of weeks ago when we were all
That's
talking?
him. If you ask me, he's a wise guy.
Hey, look, Bill. They're doing just what you were talking about. Look at that.
As a private business, the railroads welded the continent into a nation, help little shops become large factories, small towns become cities, link every community with every other community. The welfare of other businesses and the welfare of the nation's people have and always will depend heavily upon the railroads continuing to operate as a private business, continuing to advance, continuing with these advances and as private businesses to help keep the nation prosperous in times of peace, strong in times of emergency. Under a free and enterprising system of business operation, the railroads can serve you best at this moment and as they work on through every moment of every day and night.
Hey, Kelly. I don't think that fella's a wise guy. That program's good.
Kelly, I hope you find the TV program as good as I found your coffee and Irish advice. John O'Shea.
Well, kind of a nice wise guy anyway.
Wow, you guys, that was very, very nice. Well, guys, I gotta tell you, Outley, I hope you guys are enjoying it, like I am. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We still got more episodes of the DVD Outley. There is a dick number 2. We're gonna try and see if we can get done with the entire DVD by tonight, if we can. We are going to try our best and see if we can do that. So, alright guys, here we go. Big train rolling.
This is our great country, the land we live in, the land we're so proud of, our own United States of America. It's a big country, this land of ours. A country of broad plains and rolling prairies, of vast forests and fertile fields, rivers and lakes, high mountains, little villages, and great cities. No wonder we're so proud of America. There's such to be proud of. And here's one of the most wonderful things about this vast country of ours. No matter where we want to travel, no kinds of raw materials and manufactured goods. Have you ever stopped to think how really important railroads are? Have you ever thought of what it takes for the millions of people in this great country to be able to travel from one end of the land to the other with speed, safety, comfort, and at low cost? Have you ever marveled at the iron ore and coal and hundreds of other raw materials that move continuously to the nation's widespread factories? And how thousands of different finished products are delivered from where they are made to where they are needed in all parts of the country. Have you ever wondered how the foods we eat are always being delivered from the farms to our markets, and how they arrive fresh as the day they were picked? Well, the answers to those questions make up one of the most fascinating and important stories in the history of our country. The story of the American railroads. In order to tell you that story, we're going to visit the railroad yards. We're going into the railroad stations and out along the tracks. In that way, you will get a better idea of what the nation's railroad system is like, and the big, important job trains are always doing. Then, the next time you are on a train, or the next time you see a train speeding off into the distance, you'll understand how much we all depend on railroads. What keep this land of ours the most wonderful and prosperous nation in the world. When our country was young and much smaller than it is today, traveling was slow, uncomfortable, and dangerous, and so people didn't travel very much. Then, just a little more than 100 years ago, came the one thing the young country needed to grow into an important nation: adequate transportation. That transportation came in the form of railroads. Those early trains were funny little affairs when compared with the big trains we see rolling today. They had a lot to do with opening up and developing vast new territories, which later became states. You could say that America and her railroads grew up together. As the railroads pushed ahead, settlers followed. Farms were cleared and crops planted. Mines were opened, and the railroads began moving the ore and the coal to mills and factories. Villages which sprang up around the railroad stations grew and prospered into big, important cities. Throughout the length and breadth of the land, trains come and go, day and night, in all kinds of weather, carrying millions of people and millions of tons of freight. Because we don't always see the trains which serve us, maybe everyone doesn't realize how essential railroads are to our everyday living. Everyone likes to travel. Suppose we see what happens when we take a train trip. We'll go along with these two friends of ours, Carol and Jimmy. That is, if Jimmy can ever get Carol's suitcase shut. In real life, their parents would probably go along with them. But for this picture, suppose we let Carol and Jimmy travel by themselves, okay? There they go in the taxi cab that will take them to the railroad station. Almost every town has a railroad station. Some are larger than others, but all railroad stations, large or small, are very interesting places. For example, at most railroad stations, you will usually find the Railway Express. You will see people checking and sorting packages to make certain that they will be put aboard trains which will take them to their destinations without delay. And remember, they will handle almost anything, including your dog. In the yards of many railroad stations, cars are cleaned inside and out to put them into tip-top condition for the passengers who will soon be getting aboard. In another part of the yards, dining cars are stocked with fresh vegetables, meats, milk, and all the other foods that will be needed for the meals that will be served when the train is on its way. Nearby, there is usually an engine house where locomotives are brought for cleaning and servicing. Maybe you've wondered how great big locomotives are turned around. Well, let's watch and see how easy it is. The locomotive is run onto the turntable. On goes the power, and around goes the locomotive as easy as you please. Say, we better not forget Carol and Jimmy. Here they are, arriving in plenty of time to check their baggage and buy their tickets before their train is scheduled to leave. Pay the taxi driver, Jimmy, and get a check from the red cap for each one of your handbags. The next stop is to buy tickets. Now let's see, Jimmy and Carol are going to visit their aunt and uncle at a town about 1,000 miles away. They will be coming back by train, so they will buy round-trip tickets. Buying round-trip tickets, they will be saving money, too. The ticket clerk stamps each ticket with the date on which the ticket is purchased and the date on which the ticket is used. So far, so good. As Carol and Jimmy are going to sleep on the train, they'll have to have sleeping car tickets, too. That's right. You're all set now. Say, you'd better not take too much time paying for your tickets, Jimmy, because here comes your train. There's nothing quite as exciting as a railroad station at train time. From the time the train arrives until it is ready to leave again is usually only a matter of a few minutes. But during that short period, many things happen. Trunks, luggage, and other such items are loaded into the baggage car near the head end of the train. The United States mail is put aboard the railway mail car. Windows are cleaned by a mechanical washer. Friends and relatives bid each other last-minute goodbyes. Passengers like Carol and Jimmy board their cars and are shown their space in the car by the porter. It's just about time now for the train to pull out. Hold aboard! The train conductor signals to the locomotive engineer. In a matter of seconds, the wheels start turning. Smoothly, almost without effort, the train gathers momentum. And before long, it is out in the open country again, running along at top speed. It's really great fun traveling on trains. You can sit for hours just watching the scenery as it rushes by. It's almost like a travel motion picture. One of the most interesting motion pictures you could possibly imagine. Here's the conductor. Tickets, please. Most passenger trains carry the United States mail, for the railroad postal car is the very backbone of our country's mail service. These men are railway postal clerks, just like the clerks in the post office at home, except that here they work while the train speeds along. Watch them sort the mail, getting it ready for delivery by the time the train reaches the proper station. One of the most popular cars on almost any passenger train is the dining car, a real restaurant on wheels. Table for two? Right this way, please. Now, Carol and Jimmy, what do you think you'd like to eat? What a choice. Almost anything you can think of. And if you need any help, the steward is only too pleased to offer some suggestions. Here's an interesting part of the train most people never get a chance to see. The dining car kitchen. No space is wasted and everything is spick and span. That food really looks good enough to eat, doesn't it? Looks as though Carol and Jimmy topped off their meal with ice cream. What's this? Oh, the check. That's all right, my good man. Keep the change. Modern trains provide low-cost, dependable, comfortable, and safe transportation. They have spacious air-conditioned lounge and dome cars where passengers can relax and read or sit and talk with fellow passengers. There are many types of accommodations on modern trains. There are single rooms like this called roomettes. There are bedrooms, compartments, and more spacious drawing rooms, all with the latest conveniences, rooms which make up into sleeping rooms at night. That's right, Carol. Always use the ladder to get into an upper. It's getting pretty late, so good night, Jimmy and Carol, and pleasant dreams. Always remember that you're traveling the safest and soundest way there is to travel when you travel by train. We've been talking mostly about passenger trains. But how many of you know that about half of the trains in the country carry no passengers at all? That's right, they carry freight. Things that are so important in our daily lives. The food we eat. The clothes we wear. The fuel we burn. Almost everything we use depends at some stage on the service of railroads. On the fertile fields of the North and West are grown the millions of bushels of grains which are so much a part of our everyday diets. The railroads move these grains to huge storage elevators or onto the mills. Then later on, when the grains have been ground, the railroads move products such as flour to the cities and towns to be baked into the bread which we find every day on the shelves of our neighborhood grocery stores. Moving cattle and sheep from the great ranges of the West is another important railroad job. The cattle are first rounded up. Then they are loaded special railroad cars to be moved, sometimes long distances, to packing houses where they are dressed. Then the meats are moved again to the meat markets of the country. Eventually, through the help of railroads, we have meat on our dinner tables. Fresh fruits and vegetables, things known as perishables, are handled in special refrigerator cars, kept cool with ice or with machinery that works like your refrigerator at home, to keep perishables fresh while they are being moved, sometimes as far as 3,000 miles. Railroads are depended upon to move the nation's raw materials to factories, which will make them into finished products. Iron ore, scooped from the mines of Alabama and the Great Ranges of Minnesota, are moved to the nation's blast furnaces to be made into iron and steel. The railroads also buy millions of tons of finished iron and steel every year for their cars and locomotives, tracks and bridges. Coal is one of the most important things carried by the railroads. Millions of tons are moved every year to keep power plants and factories working. Railroads are depended upon to deliver the coal to towns and cities, to keep homes, hospitals, schoolhouses, and other buildings heated during the cold winter months. Railroad large quantities of coal every year for their steam locomotives and for other railroad uses. Railroads carry forest products, logs and pulpwood, from the forests to the mill. And they carry the lumber and the paper and pulp to the places where they are needed. Cotton, grown in Dixie, is moved to the textile mills of New England and the Southeast, where it is made into cloth for clothing and thousands of other important items. Oil is moved by the railroads in huge quantities too, and the railroads buy and use a large part of all the fuel oil sold in the country every year. Railroad tracks go right down to the docks of the nation's seaports, so that freight cars deliver the products of farms, forests, mines, and mills to the ships that will sail with them to the far corners of the world. And so that things from other countries can be loaded directly into railroad cars for delivery all over America. When you stop to think about it, you realize what a great big job the railroads are always doing, and why they are the nation's most important form of transportation. Always on the move, day and night, delivering all the many things that America needs to keep warm, well-fed, and properly clothed. And here is something that many of you may not have realized before about the railroads of America. And that is that they pay enough in school taxes alone to provide an education for hundreds of thousands of school children every year. Say, it's time we were getting back to Carol and Jimmy. They'll think we've forgotten all about them. Here's their train coming into their station, and right on time. It looks like their aunt and uncle are pretty happy to see them, too. Well, the train is ready to start moving again. There she goes, pulling out of the station, gathering speed, carrying other passengers, mail, express, and baggage to other stations. We certainly hope you've had a nice time coming along on this trip with us, and that you've learned something about railroads that perhaps you didn't know before. We hope each and every one of you will be able to take a trip on a train very soon. Perhaps you'll want to visit a big city. Maybe you'll prefer to take a vacation trip to the wide open spaces. Or maybe some of you will prefer the seashore. But no matter where you might want to go, remember there are always trains to take you. And when you go, you'll see how big and how wonderful your own United States of America really is. Railroads are an important part of America. They play an important part in our daily lives, carrying millions of tons of freight and millions of people every day of the year. That's one of the wonderful things about this country of ours. Here, people can go where they want to go, when they want to go. Yes, this is indeed a great land. A land of opportunity. A land made great by the efforts of individuals. Individual efforts which have raised ours to the world's highest standard of living. Here in America, a person can worship God as he chooses. He can go to the church of his choice. This is a land where a person can go to school and be educated to the extent of his ability and desire. From kindergarten to universities as fine as are to be found anywhere in the world. This is a great country, America. A country of the people, by the people, for the people. A country whose flag we are always proud to honor, and whose rights, principles, and freedoms we are always proud to uphold. It was upon these principles and freedoms that this nation was built, and these same principles and freedoms held fast by America's youth. A youth educated in her history and traditions are the greatest hope, the greatest protection for the future of this, the greatest of all countries, our country, the United States of America. This is the American scene, a vast panorama of changing patterns, fashioned by the skill and toil of planting and harvesting, the strength and power that dug riches out of the earth, the faith and courage that built huge mills and factories, the vision and initiative that built our railroads, setting the tempo, the strong, throbbing rhythm that is the pulse of a mighty nation. Today, forged out of a heritage of work and struggle, America is the living symbol of the miracle of modern production. Behind that miracle is a story, a distinguished and continuing chapter in the annals of American progress and prosperity. The story of the American Railroad. Here was our country only a little more than 150 years ago. Vast in territory, rich in natural resources, a land where opportunity waited only for men to come and grasp it. But in all its myriad forms, opportunity lay fallow. Lacking was the one basic vitalizing factor: adequate transportation. Economic progress has always been geared to the development of efficient transportation. What good vast territories if people could not reach them? What value fertile farmlands if crops could not be delivered to important markets? How could industry take root and expand without dependable, low-cost means of transporting raw materials to factories and finished products to consumer markets? In its first 50 years as an independent nation, America had no adequate answers to these questions, and its vast potential in agriculture, commerce, and industry was still in the future. And then, a little more than a century and a quarter ago, came the impetus, the railroads, providing the spark to light the torch of development and progress. Here at last was the dynamic force needed to transform a young and sprawling country into a great and powerful nation. The history of America and the history of transportation by rail became integral parts, one of the other, each drawing strength and stature from the other. Railroads meant people. People meant farms, settlements, and then great cities and industries. Time and distance, once the barriers to economic progress, were conquered by the flanged wheel on the steel rail, binding the country into one strong, rich, unshatterable unit. The vital function of railroads is to move anything, anywhere, anytime. To mills, markets, and ports, swiftly and safely at low cost, giving the nation's products meaning and value for both producer and consumer. Railroads are the common denominator of American industry. Agriculture, mining, manufacture, each in its own right, a great and vital industry, but each dependent on another basic industry, transportation by rail. The food we eat, the clothes we wear, the fuel we burn, the cars we drive, all depend at some stage of their production upon railroad service. Golden grains from the plains of the north and west, on every grocery shelf, on every table. Fruits and vegetables from the Pacific coast and the far south, delivered by railroad to arrive at destinations fresh as the day they were picked. Coal from Pennsylvania, from Kentucky, from the Virginias, Illinois, and a score of other states, transported to thousands of factories and millions of homes all over the land. Copper from the mines of Montana, Arizona, and Utah. Iron from the mines of Alabama and the Great Ranges at the head of Lake Superior. Lumber from the Northwest and the Deep South. Meat from the plains of the West. Cotton from Dixie. Oil from the mid-continent and the West Coast. The products of thousands of mills and factories moving in the mainstream of American life and industry. Moving at low cost. Moving by railroad. Keystone in the design of American business and prosperity. But America is more than wheat and coal and iron and steel. America is people, a dynamic people, always on the move, forever reaching out for new things to do, new places to go, new things to see. Every day of every season of the year, every night of every day, people planning, packing, arriving, and departing, enjoying the conveniences and comforts of the most modern design in streamlined trains. Accommodations which have been planned and provided to ensure the greatest in travel pleasure for a traveling American. All set to the familiar clicking of wheels. Music set to the rhythmic tempo of America on the move. To accommodate the nation's travelers, the American railroads are constantly at work building finer, faster, more modern trains. The last word in streamlined comfort and spaciousness. Today's passengers travel in cars which have been designed, built, and decorated to provide travel comfort, combining service and dependability with safety, speed, and economy. Today's trains are faster trains, smoother riding trains, more comfortable trains. These, the nation's railroads offer to the traveling public for visits to families, for business trips, for holiday trips to the nation's great and widespread vacation land. Transporting people and products and doing it with unparalleled economy in fuel, materials, and manpower is the chief job of the railroads of America. But the rail industry's importance to the national economy extends far beyond this primary function as a buyer of goods and services from other industries. With a shopping list that touches practically every conceivable phase of American commercial activity, the railroad industry is one of the country's best customers. Railroads spend $2 billion a year for the products of American industry. Railroad needs range from toothpicks to cross ties, from paper clips to steel rails, from sheets and pillowcases to powerful locomotives. Railroads buy large quantities of coal, fuel oil for an endless variety of railroad uses, and lumber for building and maintenance purposes. Railroads buy iron and steel to be converted into tracks and bridges, cars and locomotives, and countless other facilities and equipment railroads use in serving the nation. Railroads buy the myriad products of the nation's farms for the millions of meals served in their dining cars. They use everything in such quantities as to stagger the imagination. And their purchases, translated in terms of dollars and cents, help to enrich every facet of the nation's economy. An essential factor in this expanding economy, railroads are constantly seeking and finding better means to improve the flow of commerce, to move passengers and goods with more safety, speed, comfort, and economy. An example of the forward progress of America's railroads is welded rail. Conventional 39-foot lengths are welded together to form continuous rail, eliminating joints to provide a smoother ride and greater economies in maintenance. And beneath the rail, giving it firmer, longer-lasting support, is improved road bed. Mechanical tools are taking the burden from the shoulders of the track gang, saving time, energy, and costs, doing more work better. Machines remove ties, and machines replace them in one operation. Machines line the track. Machines drive the spikes. Machines spread ballast evenly in proper quantities. Tie tampers poke at the ballast, hammering support to firm the foundation for ties and tracks. Machines with mechanical hands, scooping ballast for cleaning and reuse. all products of research in modern railroading. To expedite the handling of goods, freight yards have become marvels of science. An electronic revolution is sweeping the classification yard, transforming it into an almost automatic operation, bringing greater efficiency in the dispatch of cars and freight. In push-button yards, electronics and electricity, radio and radar, teletype and television work together in a vast web of communications and control to facilitate the flow of freight. Cars are shoved to the top of an elevation or hump. Here, the cars are uncoupled, one or two at a time, to coast downhill by gravity, but always under control of an operator in the yard tower. At his fingertips is the nerve center of this modern marvel. An electronic machine which at once weighs the rolling car, measures its speed, calculates how far it must roll before it couples up to a new train, and then applies the right pressure against the car wheels to ensure that it will roll into the proper place at the safe coupling speed. Another example of technology in transportation, of science in railroading. The use of electronics extends beyond the limits of the classification yard. This is centralized traffic control for directing and regulating the movements of trains over long stretches of track. Controlled by a single operator, sometimes 100 or more miles away. On a central control panel, flashing lights indicate the position of trains on the road. The operator flips a lever, and along the line, signals are set, and switches thrown. A train moves onto a siding to await the passing of another train. And then out onto the main track again and on its way. Thus, one track is made to do almost the work of two, reducing costly delays and maintenance of way. Another outstanding example of progress in modern railroading is protective service, provided by the railroads for the handling of perishables, keeping such things as fruits and vegetables fresh and fit to eat, 2,000 and 3,000 miles in transit. Today, perishable freight trains operate on schedules and at speeds once considered possible only for passenger traffic. Trains of refrigerator cars are re-iced, sometimes several times en route by modern methods, which minimize operational stops. And again, the perishables are on their way to arrive at destinations fresh as the day they were picked. Here is an example of progress in the handling of freight. Piggyback, a fast-moving development that is helping to relieve congestion on intercity highways, moving truck trailers on railroad flat cars between terminals, providing door-to-door service for shippers and receivers not located on railroad trackage. These are but a few of the developments by which America's railroads keep pace with progress, constantly giving better performance and improved service at less cost, so that you can have the things you need when you need them, on time, in good condition, and without delay. The railroads of America were created by the investment of more than $30 billion, almost all of it the invested savings of American people. The money of millions of individuals put into the stocks and bonds of the nation's railroads, either directly or through the investments of savings banks, insurance companies, and other institutions which are the trustees of American savings. These savings have been utilized to acquire the cars and engines, to build shops and stations, to provide the railways, the tracks, bridges and signals, the yards, terminals, docks, and all the other essentials of railroad operations. Among the agencies performing general transportation services, the railroads are unique in that they provide all their own facilities. Not only the vehicles in which they move the nation's commerce, but also the roadways over which this commerce moves. Railroads not not only build and maintain these ways at their own expense, they also pay taxes on them, as well as on their cars, locomotives, and other facilities. Most of the so-called taxes paid by other forms of commercial transportation are spent on the roadways and other facilities provided and maintained for their use. But railroad taxes are not used to furnish roadways and stations for railroad use. They go to help support the armed forces, the public health and safety, the general services of the government, even to help build and maintain the highways, the waterways, the airways, and the airports used by competitive forms of commercial transportation. So there you have the American Railroad, created by the individual efforts, the pooled and invested savings of the American people. With justifiable pride in accomplishments of the past, accomplishments in peace no less than in war, the American railroads face forward to the future. They are ever at work on the job of self-improvement, in research laboratories, on tracks, in shops, in yards and terminals. From all the testing and trying and practical working experience come better things, better tracks, better cars and locomotives, better service, freight and passenger, provided only that the railroads have the opportunity to earn the money necessary to make these better things come true. The American people, their industry, their prosperity, their very existence as a nation, depend in large measure on the effective services made possible by the flanged wheel on the steel rail. There is nothing in existence or in sight which can replace the railroad in performing the essential transportation services upon which the very life of the nation depends. With abiding faith in the fundamentals of democracy, the railroads will continue to serve the nation and its people along the proven pathway to continued progress and ever greater prosperity.
Alright, I'll include that video. But don't go anywhere, everybody. We got more videos. There's more where that came from. There's more to be doing. There's more to be doing.
This is high cow country. This is summer grazing country. Some of the best in the West. This is the country of big beef herds and vast ranches. It is the native ground of the cattle industry. When winter snows retreat to the peaks and streams run bank full, there's new life in the cattle business. The warming rays of the spring sun are a portent of a delightful summer on the range. It's like a pleasant dream for this white-faced, ruddy-coated youngster. And every calf has a mobile lunch stand never far away. The trick is to get it. While certain breeds of cattle predominate in this country, any desirable beef-type animals that fit the environment find their place in the cattle industry. Cattle which have enjoyed the brisk summer in the high range country now have the hardihood to withstand the crackling cold of winter. Winter or summer, the cattleman never relaxes his vigilance. Every season of the year brings special chores, and a little extra care now may bring extra dividends later on. When spring brings its welcome green grass, lush from the moisture of winter snows, another cycle of growth begins, for grass is basic cattle feed. The animals harvest it themselves and convert the nutrients and vitamins into generous frames as they grow.
frames that will carry the forthcoming load of meat. Living proof of the value of good breeding is this fine youngster. She owes her heritage of excellence to a proved sire, whose ability to transmit his quality to his offspring is established. Much of the responsibility for herd quality rests on the range bull. He contributes importantly to the production of superior offspring, of profit-making capabilities. On more than 3.5 million farms and ranches, ranging from a few acres to many thousands, the spirit of the Old West comes alive. The cowboy and his horse once more live the busy pattern of cattle care that early summer brings. Each animal is a valuable unit that merits comparable care and receives individual attention through the trained eyes of the cattleman. Spraying is an annual chore that prevents harassment of the cattle by insect pests and parasites. The sprayer is usually a mobile type that can be taken to any place on the ranch. Dipping the animals accomplishes the same purpose as spraying. Inoculation prevents diseases that at one time seriously crippled cattle profits. The old branding iron is still with us, but a newfangled heater has replaced the old campfire. There is no doubt now that this young fellow in the squeeze chute belongs to the K-Bar-K. And now this for the high range country, where they will spend the summer just growing. In the fall of the year, when the eager fingers of the early frosts paint the aspens in the high country in vivid colors, it's roundup time. Each canyon and draw, each willow-fringed creek bottom gives up its complement of bovine residents. Spindly-legged calves no longer, they are much larger, deep in body and well-fleshed from an undisturbed summer on range grasses. Almost suggesting a ghostly symbol of the herds of the old Chisholm Trail, an ever-growing stream of cattle are headed in a single direction, to market. The whole vast West becomes one big dusty roundup. Quality begins on the ranch. Superior cattle and careful scientific handling combine to make today's beef animal a unit of measured value of real proportions. When the cattle drive of the Old West saw almost half of the value of the herd vanish during the long trek, today's short drive to a nearby railhead results in little or no shrinkage. Ready to move at dawn, the herd is fed and rested in a holding pasture for the night. When the first crimson rays of the rising sun tint the eastern sky, men, horses, and cattle are on the move. Destination, the railroad. In the half-light of early dawn, a frosty tang is in the air, and the grass crackles underfoot as the herd moves on. The air is filled with the shouts of the cowhands and the muted lowing of steaming cattle. In any trailing of cattle, the welfare of the animals comes first. Rather than driving cattle on a helter-skelter basis, most cattlemen prefer to lead the herd, and once on the move, the animals remain docile and tractable. To those familiar with it, a feeling of ritual accompanies the movement of the cattle. A ritualistic surge back to the old days when the cattle drive was not just a commercial enterprise, but was a moving page of Western history, written in the dust stirred by thousands of hoofs. Arrival at the railroad stockyards is the signal for activity of a different nature. In this case, where the cattle are sold to a buyer at the shipping pens, they must be recounted and weighed to determine the total due the rancher. Gentle handling to avoid bruising and damage is still the order of the day, as the cattle are directed through the pens and loading chutes into the waiting stock cars. It takes real know-how, too, for the railroad to have the necessary cars on hand at the right place at the right time. Cattle shipments can't wait. On the Great Plains, the promise of approaching winter spurs this cattle loading operation. Here, the entire herd will be loaded at one time and transported to market as a single expedited shipment. The moment that the last steer is loaded, the train is ready to move. Long years of experience in serving Western cattlemen have made Union Pacific an unexcelled mover of cattle to market centers. Livestock trains operating on fast schedules supply efficient transportation at a time when hours may mean profits. Cattle marketing centers are strategically located, and Omaha serves a large western area. Its holding pens have handled more than 100 million cattle since its founding over 80 years ago. And here's our livestock train, right on schedule. Early morning arrival. First, the cattle must be penned, watered, fed, and rested. Simple steps in an otherwise intricate pattern of procedure. On the way to becoming quality beef, the cattle will be sold at auction to feedlot operators who specialize in finishing off top-grade animals. After being grouped and weighed, they are driven to the auction floor. And so it goes, in the interesting process of selling cattle to feedlot operators. An extensive empire of feeding pens introduces the steers to a new life, far from the wide open spaces. A life where one day runs into another, marked only by a plentiful supply of water and the delight of appetizing high-protein feeds. A cattle feeding complex like this vast layout can be compared to a factory production line, with the end product being beef. And each animal is a small factory in itself, turning raw materials into a highly esteemed finished product for human consumption. Integrated with the feedlot is the mill, where specialized diets are formulated and mixed. The subject of animal nutrition has won the attention of some of the best research brains in the country, and vast new areas of nutritional science are being opened. The controls exercised by the laboratory will be reflected in the quantity and quality of beef produced in the feedlot. The cattle industry has welcomed new nutritional developments that lead to improved quality beef and an opportunity for better profits. The need for mechanized methods of production and automatic feeding attracted the attention of agricultural engineers and inventors who have increased feeding efficiency while decreasing costs. More efficient methods result in delivering the feed to the cattle in measured quantity at the proper time, another important step in the production of good beef. Fence line trough feeding provides a uniform feeding method and prevents waste. There's a place at the table for every animal to eat in undisturbed comfort. With various kinds of grain stored in glass-lined steel silos, this completely automated, centralized feeding layout is the culmination of a dream, where through push-button control, stored feeds are ground, mixed, and transported to the cattle feeding troughs by an auger system. This operation typifies the efforts of feedlot operators to provide better feed at lower cost. Although many processing plants are located near metropolitan areas of consumption, there is a growing trend to locate plants in areas of supply. To ensure quality for the benefit of the consumer, federal inspectors examine and certify each carcass at the packing plant. Beef, like other meats, varies some in quality. Inspection and identification ensures that each carcass is placed in the proper grade. By this means, when the purchaser buys choice beef, he gets choice beef. And if a lesser quality is satisfactory, it is so identified. Grading is based on the qualification of the entire carcass, and labeling is done in such a way that each cut will bear the mark of the grade. This mark is the consumer's guarantee of wholesomeness and quality. Possibly no one has done a better job to cater to the consumer's taste and demands than the packing industry. Consistency of quality, convenience features, and emphasis on tenderness are paramount points followed meticulously by the packing industry. The history of meat packing is a story of steady advancement from its very beginning. Marked progress in the industry results from improvements in mechanization, advances in refrigeration, and important developments in refrigerated transportation. In spotless, temperature-controlled, mechanical refrigerated railroad cars, wholesale cuts of meat, halves, quarters, and special cuts are transported from packer to retailer. Distance is of no concern. Today, a pound of meat travels an average of 1,000 miles from the open plains to the kitchen range. To provide more flexible service to the retailer, specially built refrigerated trailer vans are equipped to handle meat and are an important factor in fast, modern transportation. The flexibility of the trailer van at points of origin and delivery is supplemented by the dependability of the railroad for the major haul and represents a real improvement in an expedited refrigerated transportation service. A large number of these mechanically refrigerated trailer vans augments Union Pacific's fleet of thousands of refrigerated railroad cars, operating under the banner of the acme of dependability in refrigerated transportation. The last link in the chain of production is the retailer. On his knowledge of cutting rests much of the success of the meat business. Basic cuts from a hind quarter of beef are the flank, the sirloin tip, the loin, and the round. Good cutting enhances the quality of good meat. In his way, the meat cutter is an artist. Poor cutting results in an inferior piece of meat, regardless of quality. From the sirloin tip, we get popular cuts of meat. Attached to the flank is the suet, a byproduct. From this end of the carcass comes stew meat and ground beef, both good American family standbys. While choice cuts of meat are more publicized, the secondary cuts are just as nutritious, and in the hands of a good cook, any beef is capable of producing gastronomic miracles. In the loin are the top cuts, the porterhouse, T-bone, and sirloin. The forequarter contains less glamorous meat, and this fact is reflected in the price. The basic cuts are the chuck, the shank, the brisket, the plate, and the rib. Of all meats, none excels beef for versatility, both as to character of meat and adaptability in a variety of types of cooking the world over. And nothing excels beef for its individual flavor and its ability to transmit this flavor to a wide range of related dishes. Is there anything that meets with more popular favor than rich beef gravy on fluffy mashed potatoes? Now, the rib and the plate are removed. From the shank come soup bones and crosscuts that may range from the making of virile soups to delicate consommes. Next comes the brisket. And if your palate doesn't call for corned beef and cabbage, maybe you prefer a pastrami sandwich. From the plate comes America's favorite, short ribs of beef. And the rib section gives us the highly regarded standing rib roast. The chuck is a massive piece of meat and produces steaks, stew, or ground beef, and a variety of lower-priced roasts, such as the popular arm pot roasts and boneless chuck roasts. All the roasts are noted for fine flavor and are best cooked by moist heat. It takes long cooking to bring out the excellent flavor and good texture. In any discussion of steaks, the sirloin is always near the top of the list in a wide variety of tender, succulent beef. To most Americans, a choice steak is a symbol of good living, and rightly so. However, a steer isn't all steak or even all meat. A 1,000-pound steer will dress out a carcass weighing about 590 pounds. When this is cut up, there will be approximately 465 pounds of available meat of all kinds, less than half of the original weight of the steer. Here's another American favorite, lean, juicy round steak, rich in protein and nourishment. Some people enjoy round steak broiled, but many housewives prefer to prepare it as Swiss steak. Round also makes top ground beef. Modern meat merchandising involves individual packaging of individual cuts in a transparent wrap. By this type of packaging, high standards of sanitation are maintained and counter life is increased. Each package is weighed and priced accordingly. While meat is a basic item in our daily diet, it does face some competition from other food lines. Eye appeal is an important factor in selling more meat. The attractive refrigerated display case filled with packages of rich red meat encourages the prospective purchaser to buy meat and enables selection to be made easily and quickly. The housewife likes the freedom of wide choice, and she gets exactly what she wants. Although meat is perhaps the most popular form of protein in the average diet in this country, meat interests do not depend on this popularity alone to sell meat. Retailers, wholesalers, packers, cattle associations, and the American Meat Institute are continually carrying on advertising, promotional and educational campaigns designed to increase our consumption of meat in general and beef particularly. One state is proud of its heritage as the beef state and isn't bashful about promoting its leading product. There is an old saying that youth will be served, and certainly one good way to win youthful approval is to have a hamburger barbecue. Juicy broiled hamburgers with just the right touch of charcoal flavor from the fire have become an American institution. Even the appetizing process of broiling the hamburgers is fun and promotes friendship and good fellowship. Just the elegant aroma of that ground beef picking up added flavor from the fire is enough to give everybody the firm idea that it's time to eat. And of course, the best part is in the eating, with compliments for the cook for a job well done. Plus going back for seconds, which turns out to be as much fun as going for firsts. An old sourdough steak barbecuer may work with a little more flair, and the character of the meat may be different, but the basic elements are the same. And Father enjoys making like a cook in his own backyard, particularly with some premium sirloin like these entrancing pieces of meat, cut specially thick for those aficionados who like their meat rare. Genius at work is right, and it's nice work if you can get it. All the guests agree, too. The moment of truth comes when the stakes are turned, because once turned, there's no turning back. No dinner bell is needed to call this chow line into action, and it's quite a strain on masculine discipline to observe the rule of ladies first. Anticipation, in this case, cannot possibly be greater than realization. Just leave it up to the chef. He knows when he's got a good thing. Beef really does ring the bell.
Alright, here we go, you guys. Safe road.
Now see what you've done?
I'm sorry, Johnny. I didn't mean to do it. Son, that wreck was all your fault. You'll never be an engineer until you learn to handle your trains more carefully than that. Who wants to be a railroad engineer? I'd rather be a racing driver with a car that can go places. Now, just a minute, my boy. Whether you know it or not, you are an engineer right now.
Him?
An engineer like you, Grandpa? What do you mean? You're as much of an engineer as I am, Tom. And you're running a train of your own every day. Your right-of-way is the open highway on the city street. Your stations are your home, the school, and the stores. Your locomotive is the engine of the car you drive. Your Pullman is the body of your car where your passengers ride. Just like the railroads, you have warning signs to help you make a safe run. Your signals are the traffic lights which guide you along every section. In fact, nearly every railroad safety signal is represented along your way. And of course, the engineer is you. So you see, you are an engineer, though you may not realize it. And because the railroads have set such marvelous records for safety at high speeds, you certainly ought to follow the example of the locomotive engineers. These men drive hundreds of thousands of miles, night and day, summer and winter, year in and year out, making their great safety records. In the last few years, the power and speed of trains have increased tremendously. But the engineers, following the same safety rules they've always observed, have made the railroads never before. Today, motor cars are faster and more powerful than they used to be. But the manufacturers have increased their safety even more than their speed. Brakes have been made wider and more positive. Safer bodies are of solid steel with touch springs, protect you in case of blowouts and keep you from turning over. So when sane, sensible driving rules are followed, these modern cars are a lot safer than the slower cars of yesterday. Now, railroad engineers know that while equipment today is safer and roads vastly improved, the biggest factor in safety is the driver, who uses his skill and intelligence in driving. The safe driver always obeys the traffic signals, even when he can't see anything coming. He knows that disregard of a slow signal or an attempt to beat the red light is always dangerous. So he always allows plenty of room to stop. And then when he gets the signal to go, the safe driver doesn't spurt ahead at the first glow of the light. He waits until he is sure that the way is clear before he starts. Even though he is a little behind schedule, he doesn't try to make up time in congested districts. He knows that he is responsible for the most precious cargo in the world, human life. His passengers have placed their lives in his hands,
He never forgets this responsibility, never takes chances, but keeps uppermost only one thought: safety. After a long or unusually hard trip, he takes his engine in for a service checkup. This not only keeps it in good shape and lengthens its life, but it helps to retain the safety that was built in when it was new.
Sure, all those things are important, but what's that got to do with me?
Every one of those things applies to you in your personal driving. You have rules to follow, just as an engineer does when he takes his train out for a run. The engineer of a slow freight never holds up traffic on his section. He pulls over to a siding and lets the faster passenger trains pass. If he has to stop, he gets on the siding so he won't block the right of way. On the other hand, an engineer is never given the high ball to start around another train until the right of way is clear far enough ahead to give him more than ample time to pass. And of course, no engineer ever crosses another right of way without being absolutely certain there are no other trains approaching. Where there are parallel tracks, you never see engineers racing each other to the switch. They observe the courtesies of the road. The engineer knows that every train he passes is handled by an experienced and competent driver. The motorist does not have this advantage, so he must be doubly careful. If all drivers would only stop to think of their responsibility, if they'd only realize that the lives of others are in their hands, if every motorist obeyed the traffic rules like the locomotive engineer, then all drivers would make safety records like the railroads.
Gee, Grandpa, I never thought about it that way. But you don't need to worry about my driving anymore. I'm going to run my car like a real engineer.
Yeah, and you better be more careful with my trains, too.
That's true, guys. That's totally true. All right. 3rd Avenue E I L E. Yeah. Well, there you gotta go. There's that one. For you all. All right, we got two. All right, we got 3 more left. Then we'll be done with this one. Norfolk and Western Railway presents Operation Great Fat Freight.
Check NNW 5450 out.
It's any night in the week, rain or shine, at the Norfolk and Western Joyce Avenue Yard in Columbus. And they're making up time freight 86, eastbound for Portsmouth, Ohio, Williamson and Bluefield, West Virginia, Roanoke and Norfolk, Virginia. NNW 450 couples into its right place. Couples into time freight 86. On this road, time freights move with the precision of crack passenger trains. I don't know.
I've had 30 years on the Norfolk and Western. I've seen men and equipment move practically anything that has reason to roll over these rails. There's the highball. Let's go. It's 9 o'clock and 86 is getting out of town. When 86 moves, the product of the land moves along with her. The word goes out. The telegraph sends the news. 86 is on our way through the night.
N&W time freights speed through a rich, progressive six-state area. Ohio, West Virginia, Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, and Maryland. This is the land of plenty. The Norfolk and Western uses the word precision transportation when speaking of its service. That's more than a slogan. It's an accurate description. Over a century of railroading, thousands of skilled, loyal men and women, finest equipment money can buy or men can build. Sound operation, cooperation with every shipper. It adds up to dependable freight service. People rely upon the railroad to move their products to market. They depend on the railroad for the distribution of food. They depend on the railway to empty their bulging barns of bright leaf tobacco. When the purebred steers are ready to move, the shippers turn to the N&W. The lumbermen know that the road will move their fragrant stacks of pine and upland hardwoods to market. Behind this diversification of cargo are the N&W's extensive studies on freight handling, packing, and loading. The railroad provides the proper power, and there's a car for every job, designed to haul any product safely, dependably, and swiftly. The railroad has the equipment, but most important of all are the people who operate. In every station along the line, the local agent is the Norfolk and Western. He's a telegrapher, a railroader, and chances are he's a well-respected man in the business and social life of his community. Your smallest shipment will receive his personal attention. Your box of family belongings will be shipped out with care and with dispatch. Your shipment moves from person to person, each one an integral part of the Norfolk and Western system. In the same fashion, the general agents are trained to serve you. Conveniently located all over the United States, they anticipate your car needs, plan for loading, advise on rates, routes, and schedules. If your shipment is export, import, coastal, or intercoastal, the foreign freight agent is ready to help you. The great piers at Norfolk are part of the system. Among them is Pier N, newest of the lot. $6 million spent on the largest single-deck pier on the Atlantic coast. You're provided with every modern facility for the rapid, safe handling of your freight at piers that are designed to handle every type and size of vessel and cargo. Flags of all nations from ports of the seven seas meet in this great harbor.
Norfolk is the gateway to markets of the world and one of the world's finest year-round ice-free harbors. You'll get personal service when you deal with the people who are the Norfolk and Western. The shipments are beginning to move out, load by load, car by car, on all the rails that spread out through the system. We know they need that coal to fire the stacks of industry. The riveters will get to work when that girder gets there. The mills will grind when those cars of grain arrive. The department store will open when the carpeting is delivered from that modern rug factory. The shifters and the yard engines pick up the single cars, the strings of 2 and 3, and the local freights begin to build up. They hurry out of the stations, traveling the branch lines from every point on the compass. One thing that boosts them along is centralized traffic control. Trains moving from the east and from the west, moving fast. The position of every train in the district shows on the CTC book. With switch controls and signals, the dispatcher can keep them right under his thumb. Time was when such an operation could be dangerous and slow. Today, the dispatcher designates a siding, the trains pass without stopping. There's no lost motion, and the entire operation is handled in complete safety. CTC is an amazing improvement in railroading. The big parade is on. The pressure mounts. The fast freights of the Norfolk and Western are on the move. They push their way into the big classification yards. They pile into Roanoke, Virginia, part of the system. They steam towards Portsmouth, Ohio. And when they get there, they're made up into even bigger trains. Around the clock it happens. They wheel towards Williamson, vast assembly yard for westbound coal, right into the heart of West Virginia's great coal fields. All through the night, 86 has been pounding towards Williamson. And that's where we pick her up again. There's 50, 450, riding easy. Yep, 86 slides into the yard right on time. The minute the locomotive pulls in the clear for her replacement, inspection starts. I mean real inspection, car by car and wheel by wheel. We don't aim to have anything hold up 86. The crew is changed. A fresh engine and a caboose are coupled on. And 30 minutes after arrival, we're ready to roll. She leaves the way she came, on time. Once underway, the brakeman climbs up in the cupola to ride herd on his precious cars.
and the conductor settles down to his wheel report. The report is the total train on paper and lists each car, its number, weight, and contents.
This is how a railroad keeps track of all the thousands of cars that move over it every day. It's done in the Car Records Office. Here the wheel reports are cut up, and each car becomes a separate tab to be sorted by number and a record of its movements made. Here the charges to other roads are compiled. The wheel report is the total train moving now through the coalfield region along Tug River. The plows cut deep into the valley. The upland hardwoods march over the hill. Underground are vast deposits of all-purpose bituminous coal. Agriculture, industry, and king coal, and the railroad serves all three. Year after year, the Norfolk and Western plows back millions of dollars in improvements, new equipment, and maintenance. Railroad dollars, not taxpayers' dollars. Every man's a specialist on the Norfolk and Western, and every man's job is to build a better railroad. They're working for the freights of tomorrow. They have pride in the road, pride in keeping it one of the top road beds in all America. They're provided with the newest and best possible machines. Machines like this one, which tamps the ballast between and around and under the tie. The work on the line never stops. The high steel men swing girders into place on a new bridge. That bridge is a new approach to an old problem, a problem that the pioneers of the Norfolk and Western had licked once before. That bridge and this bill lead to a new tunnel through Elkhorn Mountain. A new tunnel to speed traffic and increase operating efficiency. The Norfolk and Western put $12 million into this project and cut the largest double-track railroad bore in the world, 7,000 feet long, through the mountain. And once again, the grade and curvature have been reduced. '86, on time, pulls into Bluefield, West Virginia, headquarters of the Pocahontas Division. In its consistent efforts to improve service, the N&W sends observers from its transportation department to study and record the train movements through the yard. One man, stationed at the head end, checks the time, technique, and work of handling the train from his observation post. The time it takes to inspect the train is recorded. Operations at the rear end are watched by a second observer. The speed and efficiency with which the cars for Bluefield are cut out of the train is studied for possible time saving. The timing observation is complete. Time Freight 86 is on the move again, and N&W 5450 rolls right along with it, headed for Roanoke. The observers get together to compare notes. The observations bring results. Daily performance proves it.
Along New River in Virginia, the Powhatan Arrow streaks by, one of our finest trains. A real fast streamliner that runs between Norfolk and Cincinnati. Our engineer and fireman check their readings of the automatic signals, and we gather speed as we roll through the rich New River Valley. Coal is the fuel we use and like, and I don't know a fireman who isn't proud of his ability to get peak efficiency out of it. When our engineer opens her up, he's dependent on work and skill and controls that he knows.
The locomotives are the handiwork of the designers, the builders, and the repairmen of the Norfolk and Western shops. Every time you see these men in a huddle, you know something better will come out of it. A better engine, improved consumption of fuel, faster handling of freight. In the shops, design reaches the most minute parts. The tool machines themselves are miracles of precision. If you must think of tons and miles, you also must think of milligrams and millimeters. You must think of correct weight and balance if you want to think of high-speed freight. To ensure the most efficient design and the finest workmanship, the Norfolk and Western builds all of its modern locomotives, including the giant Y6B.
86 proves the work in the shops as she slides through the switches into Roanoke. Roanoke, Virginia, hub of the Norfolk and Western. There's our shipment, still rolling. A crossroads location makes us one of the vital rail links of the nation. And we've got direct connections to the north and the south, the east and the west. One of the more important operations in time freight railroading is the re-icing of perishables. The farmers and packers give us fresh fruits and vegetables to carry to market. We take pride in the fact that when we get them there, they're still fresh. Time Freight 86 is pushed up the hump, pushed up to a raised track, and cut apart into units which coast according to destination onto the many tracks to form new trains. Retarders slow the cars down to just the right speed for gentle handling. The tower operators handle the retarders and the switches. Scientific railroad, making up trains with a flick of the wrist. A lot of cars are added to 86. Many are cut out to join new trains. And through shipments stay with her all the way. N&W 5450 rolls over and down the hump too, back into a new 86 after only a single day on the road, making up now for the overnight run to Norfolk. You can set your watch by her as 86 leaves on time for the run to Tidewater.
Other time freights move out too, north to Hagerstown, Maryland, up the Shenandoah Valley. South to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, to Piedmont and the Midlands. Southeast to Durham, and east to the ports of the Atlantic coast. Southwest to Bristol and Northern Virginia, west to Columbus and Cincinnati, Ohio. The strength of the nation rides on the rail. The reapers gather the wheat and the rye, and the mills ship flour to stores throughout the land. Homes in the making speed over the shining steel. Industry needs its raw materials. Iron and aluminum wait the blast. Steel rides on steel. The fork trucks stack wool for carpets. Tank cars form a swiftly flowing stream of oil. Others move on to private sidings, bringing chemicals for drugs. The stacked carboys carry bleaches, solvents. Dealers need stock to sell, dry goods and washing machines. Detroit ships its cars. Wheels ride on wheels. King Coal rides the rail. Raw material, fuel, and power packed in a coal car. The whistle signal for the farm town. Graders and threshers travel on flat cars. Trains haul tractors to work the land. Phosphate and potash arrive tonight. The telegraph sends the news. Fast freight rushing fence and wire. Feed for the stock, bran and oats and alfalfa. The speeding trains bear the strength of the nation.
It's 4:45 in the morning in the tower at Norfolk. 86 shows up on the board. The operator hangs out the welcome signal. And 86 rolls into town. And as you might expect, so does N&W 5450. More than 100 years of railroading is rolling through its second century on time.
N&W 5450 again.
Alright, guys. We got 2 more left, and then we'll be done. Norfolk and Western. The Marlow coal-burning steam locomotive.
This is the story of the modern coal-burning steam locomotive. The story of its low first cost, its availability, its economical operation, and its versatility. Over the 2,154 miles of track, largely in mountainous territory, with a main line crossing both the Allegheny and Blue Ridge mountain ranges, roll modern coal-burning steam locomotives, the power selected and used by the Norfolk and Western to handle trains of all types.
Steam locomotives, some of the largest and most modern, are developed and built by the railroad's mechanical employees in the Roanoke, Virginia shops. This type of streamliner handles all principal passenger trains. Let us look back and briefly review its construction. First, we look in the shop's foundry. Starting from scratch, we see scrap steel being charged into an electric furnace. The heat is melted, refined, and tapped into a ladle. An overhead crane moves the ladle to the floor, where a prepared mold is poured. After proper cooling, the mold is opened, and here we see the casting, a driving wheel in the rough. After the grinding and machining, we next see the wheel and its mate mounted on the axle with the tires applied. All driving wheel axles of 116 of the road's modern locomotives are fitted with roller bearings. In addition to the driving journals, this class locomotive has roller bearings on all crank pins, crosshead pins, valve gear pins, and the journals of the engine truck, trailing truck, and tender truck wheels. The roller bearing application, plus cast steel engine bed and complete mechanical and pressure lubrication, result in dependable performance, high availability, and low maintenance costs. From these steel billets, the rods are manufactured. One has been heated to the correct temperature. Now, watch the die forging process on the 8,000-pound steam hammer. The alloy steel used, together with carefully planned and executed forging and heat treatment, results in a finished product with an average yield strength of more than twice that of ordinary carbon steel. The rods are next machined, polished, and plated. Boiler plates of the proper thickness and size are being fabricated for the boiler. They are sized and drilled, then are run through the rolls which form them to the proper shape for boiler shell courses. Following the rolling, the courses are placed in a normalizing furnace to relieve all internal stresses. The courses are sandblasted to remove the scales. Next, the shell courses are fitted together prior to riveting the seams. For the heavy riveting involved, no hand job will suffice, so the shell is picked up and placed on end in the so-called bull riveter. The ram of this machine is activated with hydraulic pressure and is carefully controlled between narrow limits to ensure the proper driving pressure. The fabrication of the all-welded firebox is being completed. It is placed in position in the boiler. 4,400 stay bolts are required to attach it to the outside shell or wrapper sheets. The application of the stay bolts, together with the flues, completes the boiler. It is moved to the erecting shop, where it is placed on and attached to the engine bed. There, overhead cranes lift the boiler and engine bed as a unit and move it in position over the driving and truck wheels. The clearance between the axle housing and the engine bed pedestals is only 12 thousandths of an inch, which explains the extreme care being taken in lowering the engine to working position on the wheels. Completed, our new baby, Engine 602, rolls out of the shop on her way to the roundhouse for service. She will pull the Pocahontas and the Cavalier track passenger trains between Norfolk, Virginia, and Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio. Between Lynchburg and Bristol, Virginia, she will handle the New York, New Orleans Limited, the Birmingham Special, and the Tennessean trains. Let's follow her for one trip. The engine crew arrives and compares time. The time comparison is a familiar scene, but missing is the engineer's oil can. No, the modern steam locomotive does not depend on hand oiling for its lubrication. The engineer is supplied with neither grease nor oil. The throttle is open, and she moves smoothly away from Roanoke, pulling the westbound Cavalier. 100 miles, and she arrives at Bluefield, West Virginia. While standing for the station stop, the water supply in the tender will be replenished. Leaving Bluefield, she quickly enters the coal fields. Through this beautiful, rugged country, with her 27 by 32-inch cylinders and 275-pound boiler pressure developing over 5,000 cylinder horsepower, she pulls as many as 12 cars over long grades as steep as 2%. We pass a typical modern coal mining operation. Williamson, West Virginia, 200 miles from Roanoke, and still in the mountains. The stop is only long enough to discharge and take on passengers and change crews. 260 miles. We stop at a roadway coaling and watering station. Here at one spotting, the tender's coal space and water space will be refilled. At Canova, here Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia join, and these states give Canova its name. Now we leave the mountains of West Virginia and cross the Ohio River into Ohio. Along the Ohio River Valley, she speeds westward. With her 70-inch drivers, she was designed primarily to handle heavy trains over mountain grades. But when grades and curvature permit, she will run. How fast? Well, let's get on and see. On level track, she is flashing over the rails at 100 miles per hour. Portsmouth Freight Classification Yard and a portion of the hump, where cars are motion weighed and classified by gravity. Portsmouth, Ohio, and she's made 312 miles since dispatchment from Roanoke, and still requires no servicing. Crews are changed, and we're ready for the last lap of 112 miles. Pulling into the station at Cincinnati, she completes a one-way trip of 424 miles and takes a breathing spell for one reason only. She has reached the end of the line, Cincinnati, the western terminus of the railroad. The modern steam locomotive, with all the refinements, represents a relatively low initial cost or investment, with corresponding low carrying charges. It is dependable in operation. It requires no specially trained men for its operation or maintenance. It utilizes the existing servicing and repair facilities. It requires no line of road repairs or supervision, and generally speaking, is available to the extent the operating train schedule permits. Our engine has had the fire cleaned, the tender filled with water, and the lubrication is now in progress. While the away-from-home terminal servicing will be completed in less than 1 hour, she must stand by 2 hours, awaiting the next schedule for the return trip to Roanoke, handling the eastbound Pocahontas. During the late hours of night, she has swiftly retraced her way back east, and now in the early morning is rapidly approaching Roanoke. Roanoke, and home again. She is cut off and moved to the roundhouse for servicing. The The Schaefer's Crossing Engine Terminal at Roanoke was built to handle a dispatchment of 80 locomotives per day. For the wartime load of 140 per day, consisting mostly of large, heavy articulated engines, the one roundhouse and one turntable proved adequate only because the engines are of modern construction. Remember this arrival time at the engine terminal, 11:1. This engine will move at the regular routine pace with no special moves or shortcuts. The first operation is on the ash pit, where the grates are shaken and the ash pan cleaned. From the ash pit, the engine is moved to the inspection pit. Here, mechanics with years of experience, having taught them just where to look for possible trouble, go over, around, and under her, making a thorough examination of all parts. The inspection completed, the engine is moved to the coaling station for sand and coal. The sandbox has a capacity of approximately 11 bushels, assuring ample sand for long runs. From the box, taps deliver sand to each individual driving wheel. Next, from the sand spout, the engine moves down to the coal chute, where the tender is filled to capacity. She moves to the engine washing platform, where the engine is washed off with hot water containing cleaning materials. At the same time, the tender is filled with water. Before making the next move, we must know what repairs, if any, are necessary. We find the engineer in the register room filling out his report, and the veteran inspector in the inspector's office filling out his. The engineer's report reflects the performance of the locomotive while in his charge. The inspector is responsible for detecting any defects that may escape the notice of the engineer. Finishing his report, the inspector places it in the cartridge and sends it by pneumatic tube to the roundhouse foreman. First, the engineer's report comes in. He has reported her okay, but that is not unusual. There are 11 of these engines in service. They are handled by 42 different engineers each day, and rarely are more than 2 or 3 items reported. The inspector, who is trained to find work, has only reported lubricate engine. With this information, the foreman gives instructions to turn the engine, but not to place it in the roundhouse. So, from the washing platform, the engine moves to the turntable. Just a few years ago, an engine, after completing a run of only 100 miles, was kept in the roundhouse from several to as many as 12 hours for necessary repairs before again being dispatched. And yet, here is the modern steam engine passing up the roundhouse after a round trip on 848 miles. She now leaves the turntable, headed for one of 2 engine service sheds, where she will get a complete and speedy lubrication. While she pauses at the opposite end, we look through the length of the service shed. The valve and engine oils are supplied this building from the oil house. These pumps lift the engine and valve oils from underground storage tanks and maintain a supply under constant pressure in the pipeline. Outside the oil house, the 2 oil lines are encased in a single conduit which carries a small steam tracer line to prevent congealing of the oils in cold weather. Extending to each of the engine service sheds, the lines branch out to the 4 hose stations on each side of the building. The stations are located so that any part of any class locomotive headed in either direction can be reached by the hose of one of the stations. Back of this shield are the pumps and piping, which handle 3 other lubricants from the shipping containers and feed them under pressure to the lubrication station. A view of one of the stations shows the drop hose. Each has a different fitting for its particular lubricant. From left to right, there are valve oil, engine oil, star or soft grease, Marfac, a semi-fluid grease, air for hard grease rod cup lubricator, and gear or extreme pressure oil. Since all types of locomotives, conventional as well as roller bearing, are worked in this shed, a cabinet is provided for the storage of hard grease forms and rod cup grease. Minor repairs can be made to the locomotives while being lubricated. To expedite this work, a small quantity of material and necessary hand tools are kept available in this cabinet. The foreman is provided with a small enclosed office. Both a telephone and the pneumatic tube system are provided to afford ready communication with the roundhouse. Our engine moves in the shed and over the pit. As she stops, the hostler observes the time, 11:56, or 55 minutes since the engine arrived on the ash pit. The lubrication men take the hose carrying the proper lubricant for each of their individual requirements, and the job is started. This man is filling the valve oil mechanical lubricator. On the right side of the engine, a similar lubricator is being filled with engine oil. The two carry sufficient oil for a run of 1,300 miles. They deliver oil to 220 different points. Five bearings of the valve gear are lubricated with soft grease each dispatchment. The remaining bearings require lubrication only at 15-day intervals. To make the lubrication foolproof, the slip fittings are designed so that the bearing fitting will accommodate only the fitting of the pressure hose supplying the proper lubricant. The rod and crank pins, as well as the crosshead pins, are all roller bearings. They are lubricated with extreme pressure oil. The oil cavity in the bore of the pins has sufficient capacity for a run of 500 miles. While we have observed this side of the engine, the other side has been completed. The air brake and final inspection made, all completed at 12:07, only 11 minutes in the shed, and only 1 hour and 6 minutes since she arrived at the shop. 1 hour and 6 minutes servicing after a round trip of 848 miles. Moving to the outgoing track, ready for the next dispatchment. Later, the engine crew reports to man her for the next trip. Note the time, 12:45. Back in service after 1 hour and 44 minutes at her home maintenance point. These engines, with an assignment of approximately 15,000 miles per month, must be dispatched promptly. From Roanoke to Bristol, Virginia, handling the westbound Tennessean. The low initial investment, the low maintenance costs, the high availability, and the highly dependable performance of the streamlined passenger engine are shared by a larger unit, which also exemplify a high degree of adaptability and versatility. Now let's see what this modern, all-purpose, simple, articulated engine is capable of doing. First, she handles the merchandise freight train from Roanoke to Williamson, a distance of 200 miles over 2 heavy-grade districts. After quick servicing, she is dispatched handling a tonnage train of coal to Portsmouth, Ohio. Meeting her sister with 175 empty coal cars, we see her in the Ohio River Valley with her tonnage, a train of 13,000 tons moving along at 42 miles per hour. With roller bearings on all wheels, 300-pound boiler pressure, and 70-inch drivers, she has available 6,300 horsepower at the drawbar. Leaving Portsmouth, she handles a 5,200-ton fast merchandise train to Columbus, over a district of some favorable grade conditions, but with a ruling grade of 0.3% and 10 miles long. At Columbus, the end of her westward run, she stands for a mixed equipment train. Eastward with this train, the engine makes a through run of 410 miles to Roanoke. She is proving her versatility by being adaptable for any class of service. After the 820-mile round trip, she also passes up the roundhouse. Following the fire cleaning, inspection, sanding, coaling, watering, and washing, she enters the engine shed. Here the engine will get the same speedy servicing given the streamliner. The lubricators are filled as before. The valve gear bearings are similar to those on the streamliner and are lubricated in a like manner. Instead of high dynamic steel rods with roller bearings, this engine is equipped with carbon steel rods with conventional bronze bearings. Therefore, the old grease is used as a lubricant. The rods are equipped with pressure fittings to take the pneumatically operated grease gun. The servicing is completed. She moves out of the engine shed, takes her place with a streamliner, ready for their next road trip. They are pictures of low-cost motive power, cheap to operate and maintain, dependable in service with a high ratio of availability, versatile in ability to handle various types of trains, and all without heavy capital expenditures for terminal and roadway facilities. This is the modern coal-burning steam locomotive.
Now, I need to know something about the cable with cars.
Well, 3-lap 1.
The 20th century is never old because it is constantly reborn. Daily the command is issued, make up the century. A command that takes more than 3 hours to fulfill. Not an inch is neglected, inside or out. No rooms in home or hostelry are scrubbed and rubbed daily to such a point of freshness and inviting cleanliness. The century is immaculate when a veritable army of experienced workers have finished their appointed task. Trained according to a carefully planned routine,
This human machine of many units gets into motion, methodically, quietly, each individual attending to the detail entrusted to it. Each operation bringing the great train one step nearer perfected assembly. Precision, skill, care, dispatch. The traveling public little realizes the unfailing service that is exercised behind the scenes in order that the 20th century may warrant the respect and preference of people who are accustomed to fine appointments in their homes. Fresh from daily sources of supply, here they lie, foods of all kinds, waiting for their allotment in the century's dining service. Fruit, crisp, clean vegetables, choice beverages, meats of the best, condiments, products right from the dairy, the widest assortment of commissary supplies, selected for catering to the taste of people who are bred to gracious living. No hotel is more ready for satisfying the epicures every want and win. The quality of these fine foods is matched by the meticulous mechanical handling, with every precaution for cleanliness. From the moment they leave shelf and refrigerator to their final deposit in kitchen and pantry of the dining car. Everyone at his post, immaculate. As the Proud Limited is rolled into LaSalle Street Station. With carpet laid for those who are about to enjoy its bright and spotless accommodation. There is a period each day of the year known as the Century Hour. Here in Chicago, as in New York and Boston, people gauge their movements, their appointments, their mail by observing the Century Hour. The hour arrives down to the last split second. And We are on our way. The 20th Century Limited, steam train of the New York Central Line. An hour from Chicago, we pause at Elkhart, where the Century receives the first of endless inspections under the skilled eyes of hundreds of men, all along its heaving length. Early evening, just a few minutes at Toledo. Time enough for securing today's papers from New York, or for a short turn up and down the platform, while still another corps of workers busy themselves with the Century's never-stopping inspection. Then, once more, the Century rolls on. Experience has taught the guests of the Century to look forward with zest to the dining hour. The very appearance of one table is stimulating. Selections are made, glasses raised for gracious toast. Professional service by professionals, trained in the serving of fine food. Appetite-teasing delicacies top off the famous Century dinner. As soft light grows, comes the fall of night. Some indulge in their own forms of diversion. While for others, retiring time arrives. Fresh, cleanest, invite repose. Drawing room, compartment, individual bedroom, and spacious berth, refreshing rest is assured on the Century. Asleep or awake, century travelers revel in the freshness of pure filtered air. In every car, day or night, winter or summer. Ideal traveling comfort for the 20th century is air conditioned from end to end. Shortly before the midnight hour, the eternal vigilance of waiting men again inspect a countless post, while signal lights and every known trackside safety device stand further guard, here as everywhere along the route, including the exclusive automatic stop, which outdoes even human factors of safe operation. And here it is that 2 centuries pass in the night. One bound eastward, and the other leading from the Atlantic to Chicago. Here's the New England and Boston section leaves the New York Central Line. And proceeds up the main line of the Boston and Albany toward its destination. The New York section turns down for its final run along the course of broad flowing Hudson, famed in history and literary fable. A glimpse of West Point, majestic on the opposite shore, cradle of our Army's commissioned staff, nestled high above the river that rolls down to the sea. Framing vistas of supreme beauty in our windows, as we arise and prepare in comfort and ease for the occupations of the day. Entering the Park Avenue Tunnel, an open, airy, spacious passage to the northern part of the city. While above us, mighty monarchs of architecture tower to the clouds, and streets post with a surge of a few days' task. Here, in the cathedral-like spaces of the terminal itself, throbbing heart of the nation's metropolis. We have arrived, the way of life. New York, by way of the 20th Century Limited.
All right, give me a minute here, guys. All right. Well, that was a very good. That was a very good DVD, guys. Dick won with the best. Now, there is a Dick number 2 in here, Outley. But unfortunately, we're not gonna have a lot of time tonight to do number 2 tonight. So number 2, we're gonna have to wait for tomorrow. So as of right now, they're gonna include part 1 right now of the railroad track across America. But I'll be back tomorrow, Outley, for part 2, Outley, which is coming up tomorrow. Before I go here tonight, I do want to read through all the comments tonight because I know I didn't read all of your comment tonight. I was chatting in the live chat in the chat that evening. We do want to give a big thank you. We do want to give a big thank you to Glendale Rail Band, Brent Tote, and Roblox Siren for coming on the chat today out tonight. We do want to give a bit. We want to thank. We also want to give a big thank you to. I know I can't say the name correctly. Want to give a big thank you to Ibrana Grayson for coming on the chat tonight. And finally, we want to give a big thank you to BNS to Big Boy 4014 for coming on tonight as well. So thank you to all 3 of those commenters for coming on the show tonight. For coming on the live chat tonight. That is for now. That is all for now. I'll see you all back here tomorrow. This is Hutchinson, Kansas Rail Fan Productions here on YouTube. Sign off.